Chapter 162. The Sword Howls to the Heavens and Earth. 5 days had passed in the cave and Li Lingtian's face was filled with satisfaction. He rested without any worries, and his spirit naturally recovered to its peak. Moreover, he had obtained so many treasures this time, so he was naturally happy. He had also obtained the storage pouches of the warriors ancient devil had killed. Ling Yunqiao was a 5th-level martial emperor genius. The treasure in his hand was also extremely powerful. It was actually a middle-grade emperor weapon. There were also some cultivation techniques and pills, although he was not interested in these things now. He had a better understanding of the strength of other factions. This 5th-level martial emperor genius was definitely not comparable to the Green Continent's martial artists. There were 200 million spirit stones and 10 top-grade spirit stones. He didn't need anything else, but if he took them out to buy, it would still be a shocking amount of wealth. He cleaned up all the storage bags and scanned the divine dragon ring. He had 2 billion spiritual stones now. Some spirit weapons, profound-level weapons, and imperial weapons, he didn't even care about them. 5 days later, Li Lingtian left the cave. He was curious about the precipice. Could it be that this precipice was born? He did not know how long this cliff was, but this place was already deep in the Devil Canyon. Li Lingtian then had Little White fly along the precipice as long as it was not too far away. This way, they could search for medicinal herbs and size up the length of the precipice. After flying for half a month, they encountered quite a number of warrior kings and martial arts grandmasters along the way. However, when they saw Li Lingtian, they deliberately avoided him, not daring to provoke him. When Li Lingtian saw the young man in the distance, a smile appeared on his face and he was secretly delighted. Enemies really meet on a narrow road. Li Lingtian muttered to himself before he walked forward with a faint smile on his face. At the same time, the young man at the front noticed Li Lingtian's arrival. His expression changed when he saw Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian, I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door of your own accord. Return my space banner first. If I'm in a good mood, I can spare your life. Dishi Nanyang's heart skipped a beat when he saw the smile on Li Lingtian's face. He had been looking for Li Lingtian for a long time because Li Lingtian had stolen his treasure. He did not know how to explain himself when he returned. However, when he thought of Li Lingtian's pets and his abilities, he was afraid to see Li Lingtian again. This dilemma had been bothering him. Oh, so it's a 5,000-year-old cloud earth fruit. This fruit isn't bad. It's the main ingredient to refine a Tier 5 medicinal pill. Li Lingtian looked at a gray tree behind Dishi Nanyang. There were more than 10 bowl-sized fruits on the tree. The fruits were emitting a strong earth elemental aura. Li Lingtian's face lit up with excitement when he saw the fruit. It was the cloudy earth fruit that he was looking for. He did not expect to find it so easily. However, this cloud earth fruit had been guarded by Dishi Nanyang, and it would take half a day for it to ripen. Don't tell me you're still thinking about this cloud earth fruit. Dishi Nanyang's heart tightened. Judging from Li Lingtian's expression, he was tempted by this cloud earth fruit. The cloud earth fruit that he had found was actually taken by this youth as his own. This made him feel unhappy. However, this youth was not simple, so he did not dare to provoke him easily. Moreover, his treasure was still in the other party's hands. After obtaining his treasure, he still wanted to snatch this cloud earth fruit. This was intolerable. Haha, an ownerless object can be occupied. This young master has taken a fancy to this cloud earth. Li Lingtian nodded as if he was satisfied with the cloud earth fruit, which infuriated Dishi Nanyang. With his identity and talent, he had never suffered such humiliation. He was high and mighty in any place, but when faced with a young martial king from Green Island, he was defeated everywhere. In that case, show me your power. Today, one will show you the power of Dishi family. The look on Dishi Nanyang's face changed several times, but he had made up his mind that he would fight this young man sooner or later. The other party also had a treasure that he liked, and he had even snatched away his treasure. Now, he had the intention of obtaining the cloud earth fruit. If he did not kill this youth, he would be traumatized for the rest of his life. With that said, he extended his hand and a low-grade Emperor artifact, the Violet Sun Sword, appeared in his hand. His expression was solemn. Purple Sun Heavenly Sword, 10,000 rays of light. He performed a sword technique, and the powerful aura of a 5th-level martial emperor soared into the sky. Instantly, countless sharp sword rays burst out from the Violet Sun Sword. The sword radiance tore through the air and the space itself was torn apart inch by inch. Li Lingtian's expression was one of shock. A martial royal realm powerhouse was indeed powerful. Even if this aura was not a match for the Demon King Beast, it was not inferior. True Dragon Body Protection, Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd. Li Lingtian did not dare to be careless. Victory and defeat were decided in a battle between experts with a single thought. He activated the True Dragon Barrier and extended his hand, summoning the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd. His entire person was like a god of war. Powerful dragon energy continuously collided with the other party's pressure. This young master will give you a fair chance. I won't let the demonic beast bully you. After Li Lingtian said that, he darted toward Dishi Nanyang in a flash. The Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd turned into a shooting star and tore through the air. Dragon Chi burst out from it, tearing the space apart. Boom! The collision of aura and pressure caused the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd to collide with countless sword rays. Immediately, a series of explosions rang out. Li Lingtian's figure flashed rapidly as the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd turned into a phantom and shattered the sword rays. In the sky, sword light and Dragon Chi soared into the sky. The martial artists far away in the sky also felt the great battle here. Countless martial artists flew over. After a short while, more than 10 martial kings and a few martial grandmasters arrived at the battlefield. They were all shocked when they saw a young martial king fighting a top-notch martial emperor. However, when they saw the young man's appearance clearly, they were speechless. It was this abnormal young man again. Last time, he killed a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster with one strike. Now, he was actually fighting a rank 5 martial emperor. You're courting death. At that moment, Li Lingtian and Dishi Nanyang shouted in unison. 2 shocking attacks tore through the air and struck the trees beside the cloudy earth fruit. All! With a scream, a Tier 7 martial arts grandmaster was blasted into pieces without even a chance to resist. It turned out that when these martial kings and martial grandmasters saw the battle between experts and discovered the 5,000-year-old cloud earth fruit, they all revealed greedy expressions. Taking advantage of the battle between the 2 experts, he wanted to snatch the cloud earth fruit and escape. However, he didn't expect that although the 2 were fighting, they were still watching the situation around them. It's meaningless to continue like this. You used a sword. I'll make you regret using a sword for the rest of your life. Li Lingtian's Roaring Dragon Battle Poleaxe descended fiercely. With a flash, he retreated 500 meters away. His thunderclap wings flapped slightly as he hovered in the air, staring at Dishi Nanyang with a sharp gaze. He put away the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd and stretched out his hand. A crystal-clear sword appeared in his hand. The sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long and 2 inches wide. Instantly, a shocking pressure burst out. The Tianyu sword was known as the most powerful saint weapon in the divine martial continent, so its pressure was naturally unrivaled. Although he could only unleash the power of the universe sword to the level of a supreme emperor weapon, this supreme emperor weapon alone could crush experts below the martial emperor realm to death with its pressure. Saint artifact again. Dishi Nanyang had completely collapsed. His Dishi family didn't have any saint weapons, and the most powerful weapons were heaven weapons. A saint weapon was a family treasure, and the space banner was also a saint weapon, a family treasure. Now, it was taken away by the enemy. Without the saint weapon, the Dishi family wouldn't know how to survive. A youth from Green Island had several saint weapons on him. Based on his judgment, the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd was definitely a saint weapon. Although a martial king could not unleash much power, he would not be able to withstand the attack of a saint weapon if it was not for his rank 5 martial emperor strength, which was much stronger than his peers. In the Dishi family of the Azure continent, There were only 2 saint weapons. The other super elders and experts also used emperor weapons. Heaven weapons were rare. Now that this youth had displayed a saint artifact, how could he not be shocked? Only those who had seen a saint artifact would recognize it. Otherwise, it would only be regarded as a heaven artifact. Otherwise, most people in Green Island would not have recognized the saint artifact. Sword Howl, Heaven and Earth. Li Lingtian ignored Dishi Nanyang's shock. He did have a lot of treasures, so much so that all the powerhouses in the world would be jealous. When others used spirit weapons, he used profound weapons. When others used profound weapons, he used imperial weapons and even divine weapons. He relied on the power of these treasures. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to fight against these experts? He circulated all the genuine qi in his body, and a shocking sword intent was emitted. His entire person was like a sharp sword floating in the air. The overbearing sword intent tore through the air. When the martial artists who rushed over saw this sword intent, they were all incomparably shocked. Sword intent, it's actually sword intent. I've cultivated sword intent. Other than the divine sword sect, there's actually someone else who has mastered sword intent. Some warriors recognized the sword intent and were stunned. They quickly moved their bodies and retreated far away. This was the disaster of immortals fighting mortals. Sword origin returned to 1. Infinite sword. Dishi Nanyang was shocked. Not only did this young man have a treasure that made people jealous, but he also had a shocking beast pet. And now, he had even mastered the sword intent. It was no wonder that this youth could control a portion of the saint weapons. He was also a heaven-defying monster. He didn't dare to be careless at all. Even if he had 100 lives, he wouldn't dare to deal with a young man who controlled sword intent using a saint artifact. The martial emperor true essence in his entire body circulated, and a destructive pressure was exerted. Under the pressure, endless spiritual qi quickly surged towards him. The space formed a terrifying giant sword, the limitless sword. Rumble! The space was torn apart. 2 shocking sword qi stirred the space in the air, and endless gales raged. The dozen or so martial artists had terrified expressions on their faces. They had witnessed what was called an expert and what was called an attack. Under the shocked gazes, the 2 destructive sword qi collided fiercely, and the space was instantly torn into 2 halves. Chapter 163. Cloud Earth Fruit. Crash! An ear-piercing tearing sound rang out. All the martial artists were suppressed in front of these 2 attacks, unable to move at all. He could only use his true qi to protect his body and watch the 2 attacks collide. Rumble! The 2 attacks collided, and a shocking explosion sounded. Destructive sword qi scattered in all directions, and the 2 figures quickly retreated. Along with a blood-spurting noise, the sword power of the infinite sword was destroyed. The sword whistled through the air and hacked down on Dishi Nanyang's body. Dishi Nanyang released a faint light from his body. The light flashed and blocked most of the sword power, while the remaining power sent Dishi Nanyang flying away. What a terrifying saint artifact! What terrifying sword qi! The look on Dishi Nanyang's face was extremely ugly. If it wasn't for the protection of the treasure at the last moment, he would have been dead by now. Li Lingtian was forced back by the impact of the sword breath. However, with the inner armor and the true dragon's protection, his mind was only shaken for a moment. Looking at Dishi Nanyang, he was shocked. Powerful warriors from outside forces were indeed powerful. If they were 5th-level martial emperors from Green Island, he would have killed them with this strike. The killing intent towards this young man grew stronger. Knowing that he had a saint weapon, he couldn't let this young man stay, not to mention that he was a genius of Dishi family. He couldn't let outsiders know about the saint weapon because he still had to go to the Azure continent. His strength couldn't be exposed. Heaven and earth burn. All of you die. Li Lingtian glared at the warriors below him. These warriors had witnessed his strength and he had to kill them. There was no such thing as a wall that could not be breached in this world. Hence he had to eliminate them by the roots. A shocking sea of fire pressed down, and instantly, the area within a radius of 100 meters was covered in flames. All. All. Screams rang out as all the martial kings evaporated in the blink of an eye. Even the martial arts grandmasters were quickly injured. Thousand shadow petals. Li Lingtian's eyes hardened when he saw the few martial arts grandmaster powerhouses continuously resisting the flames. He swung the Tianyu sword in his hand and countless sharp sword breath burst forth. The sword qi turned into threads and the martial arts grandmasters fell into the sea of fire. Kill him to silence him. Dishi Nanyang showed a bitter smile. This young man is killing people to silence them. I'm in danger now. If it were him, he would have done the same. After all, the saint artifact was too heaven-defying. If too many people knew about it, it would definitely cause trouble. If it wasn't for the fact that his family had a saint artifact, he wouldn't have recognized this as a saint artifact. Yes, but you are from Dishi family. You can stay here today. The Tianyu sword in Li Lingtian's hand disappeared. He did not like to use the same move against a powerhouse because the same move would be disadvantageous to him if his opponent was on guard against it. The moment Dishi Nanyang put away the sky sword, he couldn't help but be shocked. He put away the saint weapon. Could there be other treasures? He smiled bitterly in his heart. He was a 5th-level martial emperor super genius, but he was actually made crazy by this martial king youth. Alright, since you want to silence me, let's see what shocking ability you have. Emperor Sure Destruction Formation. The look on Dishi Nanyang's face gradually changed. He felt uneasy, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. A martial king's disciple would make a martial emperor super genius feel terrified if he was empty-handed. In this world, experts were as common as the clouds, and iron laws were as firm as mountains. However, there were some magical things in this world that emerged one after another. This youth was that magical person. Activating his vital essence, he threw a scarlet pellet into the air. His aura became violent, and his rank 5 martial emperor instantly reached the peak of rank 6. His hands kept flying around, casting mysterious spells one by one. Suddenly, the spatial aura changed strangely, forming spiritual energy vortexes. In the distant sky, as the spiritual energy vortexes formed, a supreme pressure descended. Dishi family's magic formation was indeed powerful. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw the changes in the sky. Some time ago, he had done some research on the Dishi family and found out how powerful the Dishi family was from the rumors. This magic formation was also the most magical treasure of the Dishi family. Very few people could cast it. Unexpectedly, Dishi Nanyang had done it. No wonder he dared to give the space banner to Dishi Nanyang. With such a powerful warrior, it was absolutely safe for him to damage the formation and saint weapons. This array is indeed powerful. However, with your martial royal realm cultivation, you can only use it forcefully. It's just a facade. If you're a martial honor, you can barely use this move. In Dishi family, there are only 2 people who can truly cast the Dishi Destruction Formation, and you are definitely not one of them. Try my Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens. Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens. Second Heaven, Destruction. Li Lingtian spoke with assurance like an elder guiding a junior. With that said, he drew a line in the air with his hands and a ball of flames and a glacier formed before he slowly joined his hands together. Suddenly, a 3-colored light appeared in the sky. The space was filled with the aura of destruction and death, as well as the supreme pressure that descended from the sky. The 3-colored light turned into a light beam within a blink of an eye, then smashed down towards Dishi Nanyang, who was 1,000 meters away. I don't know why you know Dishi family so well, but today, only you and one will leave this place. Dishi Nanyang's face had already turned numb. He was beyond shocked by this young man's attack. At this moment, he could only activate the Emperor Sure Destruction Formation. A 10-meter wide light circle was formed, looking like a giant colorful bubble. However, everyone knew that this bubble had the power to destroy. Without any suspense, the pillar of light and the huge colorful bubble collided. Immediately, the space between heaven and earth trembled. A shocking light shot into the sky, covering the area within a radius of 10 miles. There was no explosion, only an invisible destructive force spread out. At that moment, Li Lingtian waved his hand and the heaven and earth creation cauldron appeared. A beam of light enveloped the cloud earth fruit tree. A blood-spurting noise was heard. Floating in the air, Dishi Nanyang looked calm, but the despair in his eyes had turned into ashes. Dishi Nanyang powerlessly fell to the ground. In midair, he had lost all signs of life. He couldn't be more dead. Dishi family is indeed powerful. A martial emperor is so powerful. What if he is a martial supreme or a martial emperor? Li Lingtian mumbled to himself. Besides, Dishi Nanyang was only a genius in the Dishi family. The real strong ones were cultivating in seclusion. He quickly darted towards Dishi Nanyang and grabbed with one hand. The violet sun sword returned to his hand, along with a storage bag. After doing all that, he waved his hand and burned Dishi Nanyang into ashes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a flash, 17 5,000-year-old cloud earth fruits entered the divine dragon ring. Sweeping his divine sense around, he collected all the storage pouches of the cultivators who had been killed. In a moment, his body flashed and disappeared into the horizon. After he disappeared, some warriors rushed over. They only saw the trembling space and the collapsed earth. Their faces were filled with fear. What kind of expert could cause such a huge commotion? Li Lingtian left quickly with Little White leading the way. They flew along the precipice for 3 days before Li Lingtian found a more secluded place to rest. Along the way, he encountered many martial artists, but he disdained to pay attention to them. When he encountered good medicinal herbs, he would directly snatch them away. Upon seeing that it was Li Lingtian, they could only be angry but did not dare to say anything. This was a Tier 9 warrior ascendant powerhouse who was killed in one blow. Who would dare to provoke young Master Lingtian from Sky Dragon Empire? Countless herbs and fruits were put into the divine dragon ring. Elysian Moon was the only level 4 or 5 demonic beast that could escape. He didn't know how many magical beasts he had killed, but he felt that the materials and inner cores of the magical beasts in the Holy Demon Ring were increasing. When he was resting, he began to calculate. He had already entered the Devil Canyon for half a year. There was only half a year left before he left. In other words, he didn't have much time left to kill magical beasts and search for materials. He could only prepare to leave in 5 months at most. He had gained a lot from this trip, so he had no regrets when he left. After calming down, he circulated the Heaven and Earth reincarnation technique and a 4th-grade purple jade pill entered his body. The powerful medicinal power circulated rapidly. The Heaven and Earth reincarnation technique transformed the medicinal power of the pill into true qi. Finally, it circulated in his meridians and entered his dantian. It was at this moment that he felt his realm loosen. He had reached rank 7. Martial King for more than half a year and was at the peak of rank 7 Martial King. After the great battle, his experience had increased, and his state of mind had improved. Now, a medicinal pill had actually loosened his realm. He smiled excitedly when he realized this. After the Martial King realm, it was difficult to advance any realm. Moreover, the difference in power between each realm was also like the difference between heaven and earth. With a flick of his divine sense, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. He swallowed another purple jade pill and closed his eyes. He quickly circulated the Heaven and Earth reincarnation. Boom! Half an hour later, there was a loud bang in his body. He broke through the bottleneck of a rank 7 Martial King and entered rank 8 Martial King. The true qi in his body was also circulating rapidly, stabilizing his realm. Li Lingtian used his inner vision to check the condition of his body. Apart from the fact that his true qi had become denser, the amount of his true qi had also increased significantly. His meridians became tougher and stronger, and his physique was sublimated. A rank 8 Martial King is at least twice as powerful as a peak rank 7 Martial King. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and muttered to himself with a confident look on his face. If he were to face a martial arts grandmaster now, he could easily kill him. After that, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he continued to cultivate to stabilize his realm and master some skills and treasures. He had stayed in the cave for a whole month. During this month, all kinds of skills had improved a lot. With a strong cultivation, he would have powerful treasures and skills. Now, his strength had increased by another level. Chapter 164. Ice Flame. He also understood that his strength was already heaven-defying. An ordinary martial king was no match for a martial arts grandmaster. Even a rank 1 martial arts grandmaster and a rank 9 martial king were worlds apart. It was almost unimaginable that he could kill a martial emperor. In the history of the divine martial continent, there had never been a martial king who could kill a martial emperor. He was a pioneer, mainly because of his ice and fire martial spirits, heaven-defying cultivation methods, skills, and treasures. In Green Continent, even some super sects didn't have any saint weapons. Even if they had heaven weapons, they would treat them as sect treasures. The martial arts grandmasters of Green Continent could only use profound level weapons. Unless they were martial royal realm experts or had an emperor weapon, any low-grade emperor weapon would be enough to make a martial royal realm expert bleed. As for the supreme grade emperor weapon, it was the most powerful treasure of a super sect. Celestial artifacts were legendary to martial arts grandmasters. A martial royal realm expert could look down on the Azure continent with a celestial artifact. As for other places, such as the Black Continent, the Serenity Continent, the Azure Continent, and the Divine Continent, they should also be treasures. Dishi Nanyang and the other few martial emperors were all geniuses who had crossed worlds from their sections. The treasures in their hands were temporarily given to them by their sections. He found that apart from Dishi Nanyang, who had a saint artifact space flag, the other three didn't have any saint artifacts. Seeing the saint artifacts, they were all excited. In other words, his current wealth was no longer that of a martial king, a martial grandmaster, or a martial emperor. Instead, it was a treasure that even martial honors could not possess. Right now, he could only use the Roaring Dragon combat halberd to unleash the power of a peerless emperor weapon. He didn't dare to take out the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber. After sorting out his emotions, although he only had a little understanding of the other forces, he felt much more relaxed. Even if he didn't search for treasures now, the treasures he had on him would be enough to look down on the entire divine martial continent. What he needed the most now was cultivation. The realm of a martial king was still too low. He had already decided that as long as he didn't encounter a martial emperor, he wouldn't use a weapon under normal circumstances. If he encountered a martial emperor, he would use the Roaring Dragon battle halberd. If it really didn't work, he would use Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens and Sword Howl of the Heavens and Earth. Following that, Li Lingtian felt that he was wasting his time and opportunity cultivating here. Now that he had obtained the limitless Tao fruit, he needed to search for the 5-element spirit fruit. Although no one had seen the 5-element spirit fruit, with the existence of this legend, he had to try it. Little White led the way, and he followed closely behind. They flew along the precipice quickly, day by day. On this day, Li Lingtian came to a sparkling white lake. The lake water was completely sparkling white and the warrior's vision was blocked by the lake water. His eyes could only see 10 meters below the lake. Rumble! A loud explosion erupted into the sky. A figure rushed out of the lake, followed by another figure. After the two figures appeared, they looked at the lake in horror. Their bodies quickly exploded and left the place where they came out. Tianhao, Ming Qing Feng. Li Lingtian was shocked. Both of them were powerful 5th-level martial emperors. Even though they did not have a saint weapon, they were no weaker than Dishi Nanyang. One was the Heavenly Sun Divine Body, and the other was the Fire Dragon Body. After they parted in the square last time, they did not expect to appear here. Cece. At this moment, the entire 100-mile-wide lake had turned into a glacier. The two super experts who were 200 meters in the air had no chance to escape. They were trapped in the glacier. Seeing this, Li Lingtian waved his hand and the air around him returned to normal. There was no cold air within 10 meters of him, and the cold air could not harm him. However, this sudden burst of glacial cold air shocked him. Although it couldn't compare to his immemorial ice crystal, it was much stronger than the profound Een ice crystal. He had never thought that this lake would have such a change. Moreover, there were traces of flames burning inside the glacier, but the glacier would not melt, and the flames were not extinguished. Icy frost flame. It's actually the legendary icy frost flame. This is the frost ice flame formed by the heavens and earth. Li Lingtian cried out in surprise. This was the frost flame, a combination of ice and fire. It was a mutation of heaven and earth's fire and ice. His body was also the fusion of the 9 suns' sacred fire, the fire dragon's heart, and the immemorial ice crystal, forming the icy ice flame. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create the ice fire 9 heavens. Even if he had created it, he would not have been able to use it. The icy frost flame that was born from the heavens and earth could be considered a rare treasure. To others, it would be a terrifying devil. However, to him it was a treasure, a true treasure. Brother Ling Tian, how about you help me next time? Although Tianhao was trapped in the air, he could still see Li Lingtian's presence. Furthermore, Li Lingtian did not show any fear in front of the glacier. Furthermore, the glacier had no intention of harming him. This left him shocked and confused. However, what was important now was his own life. The cold ice flames continued to corrode his body, and his cultivation was rapidly flowing away. Although he was a 5th-level martial emperor, if this continued, even if he did not die here, his genuine vitality would be exhausted and he would eventually become a useless person who could not cultivate. That's right. As long as Brother Ling Tian saves me, I won't be your enemy for the rest of my life. If Brother Ling Tian needs me in any way, feel free to call me. Ming Qingfeng was also anxious. He recognized the ice frost flame and was extremely afraid of it. He understood that Li Lingtian had disappeared once. The answer was that he must not be a simple person to be able to leave that place unscathed. Furthermore, Li Lingtian's abilities were extremely terrifying. He was still young now. If he reached the martial arts grandmaster and martial emperor realm in a few years, they would only be able to catch up to him. You two are too polite. Although I don't know you and might become your enemies, I don't want to fight with an opponent who doesn't have the strength to fight. Protect your bodies. I'll deal with this glacier, but you have to tell me what's going on with this glacier. Otherwise, I won't dare to take the risk. Li Lingtian muttered to himself for a moment before he spoke loudly. He already had a rival from the Dishi family, so there was no need for him to make another powerful enemy. Moreover, he was even more curious about the reason for the glacier and the lake. More importantly, he needed this ice flame. Good. Young noble Ling Tian is indeed a genius. Although I look down on the martial artists of the Green Continent, young noble Ling Tian has allowed me to get to know you all over again. Tianhao was stunned. He did not expect this young man to agree so readily. No matter what tricks or schemes this youth had to admire this youth's boldness. To be honest, young Master Tianhao and I also entered this place by mistake. After we escaped last time, we entered a magical maze. The maze was filled with ice. Even with our strength and some magical treasures, we still wandered around for a long time before we finally found the exit. When we came out, we encountered something like this. There's an ice palace down there. If we don't find a way out, even a martial honor will disappear. Ming Qingfeng said loudly as he tried to transmit his voice to Li Lingtian. When they thought of the situation below, their expressions turned fearful. To be able to make 2 super experts so frightened, it must be extremely dangerous. Even when they faced the ancient devil, they were not so frightened. Be careful. Li Lingtian nodded. Even though he did not know if they were hiding, he knew that there was definitely something going on down there. He then greeted the 2 of them. He circulated all the genuine qi in his body and executed the heaven and earth conflagration. In the midst of the raging flames, there was even an ice-type aura. Instantly, the glacier disappeared quickly like the melting snow in the spring sun. In the blink of an eye, the 100-mile-wide glacier turned into nothingness. However, A mystical ball of ice flame appeared before Li Lingtian. It was burning with a chilling aura, and the chilling aura contained the destructive heat of the raging flames. As the glacier disappeared, the ice flames grew more and more powerful. He had condensed all the icy frost flames in the entire glacier. As long as the icy frost flames disappeared, the glacier would not affect the two martial emperors. When Tianhao and Qing Fengming saw how Li Lingtian dealt with the glacier so easily, they were shocked. The glacier that they had seen before was like a toy in front of this young man. One understand now. So young noble Lingtian has heaven-defying talent with ice and fire martial souls. Tianhao was shocked beyond words when he saw the ball of icy flame in front of Li Lingtian and how Li Lingtian was refining it. Finally, he realized that the young man had dual martial souls of ice and fire. Qing Fengming and Tianhao quickly left the lake and came to 100 meters away from the shore to look at Li Lingtian. Yes. Li Lingtian ignored the two powerhouses as he condensed the ice flame in front of them. The ice flame that was originally 3 meters in size was finally condensed to the size of a fist. Even though it had become smaller, everyone knew that its power was more than 10,000 times stronger than before. If Li Lingtian were to unleash the icy frost flame, even a supreme realm expert would not dare to resist it. He didn't dare to refine the ice flame for the time being because he had just reached the second heaven of ice, fire, ninth heaven. He would only dare to refine the ice flame when he reached the peak of the second heaven of ice, fire, ninth heaven. He then collected the icy frost flame into a brocade box and cast several seals. The icy frost chi disappeared and was finally stored in the divine dragon ring. The two of you have also consumed a lot of your cultivation. It seems that you won't be accompanying me. With a smile on his face, Li Lingtian scanned the duo with his divine perception. He immediately sensed that although they were still Tier 5 martial emperors, their cultivation levels had fluctuated. If he had been any slower, their cultivation levels would have dropped. With that, he reached out his hand and grabbed at the two of them. Their expressions changed and they subconsciously wanted to block. However, they realized that the force unleashed by Li Lingtian was not enough to shake them at all. Furthermore, the cold qi in their bodies was being absorbed rapidly. They knew that if Li Lingtian really wanted to deal with them, he would not have done so. Even if he did, it would be a shocking attack. She felt awkward. She had misunderstood this young man. Soon, the chill in his body was absorbed by Li Lingtian and the danger of harm to his body was gone. Chapter 165. Ice Dragon Palace. Could it be that young noble Lingtian needs to go down? Ming Qing Feng circulated his cultivation technique and found that his cultivation had recovered. He was just a little weak. He would be able to reach his peak in a few days. He was grateful to the young man in front of him. If not for this young man, he would have perished in the glacier. Even if Li Lingtian rescued him, he would not have been able to recover his cultivation base so easily without absorbing the cold qi in his body. However, when he heard that Li Lingtian was about to go down, he was shocked and his eyes were filled with fear. He knew better than anyone else what was happening down there. If not for his cultivation base, strength and heaven-defying treasures, the two of them would have died long ago. Of course it's true. Li Lingtian smiled. Others would not dare to go down but he did. After all, he had the Ice Soul Martial Soul and a dual Ice and Fire Martial Soul. If young noble Lingtian is going down, you better be mentally prepared. Today, young noble Lingtian saved my life, and I will remember this in my heart. If young noble Lingtian needs anything in the future, just let me know. Tianhao said seriously. He then passed a green jade pendant to Li Lingtian before he flew away with a fist salute. Ming Qing Feng was the same as Tianhao. Both of them were super geniuses of the family. It would be embarrassing for them to rely on a young man to save them. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared into the horizon. Seeing the two of them leave, it was as if they had seen ghosts chasing after them. Is the cold air below really that terrifying? Li Lingtian waited for the duo to leave before a serious expression appeared on his face. If even such a genius was afraid of him, he must not be simple. Moreover, He had just witnessed that a lake with a radius of 100 miles was instantly turned into a glacier by the cold air. Moreover, there was a natural cold ice flame inside. After pondering for a while, the true dragon body barrier was activated. His body turned into a meteor and quickly entered the lake. Although he had dissolved the glacier in the lake was still extremely cold. Even his ice soul martial spirit could feel the chill. While driving the cold air away, he used the flaming sacred body to block the cold air and quickly sank down. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian felt an endless pressure. It was the heaviness of water. Even a child in his previous life would understand this simple knowledge. After some rough calculations, he had descended to a depth of at least 5,000 meters. Beneath it was still a lustrous white color. There was no impurity at all, nor was there any spiritual energy. He was shocked. He saw a dark blue hole below. The hole was 10 meters wide. At the hole, there were dark blue and purple-white ice flames. His spiritual sense couldn't enter the cave, but he found that the lake water couldn't enter the cave either. The ice flame formed a barrier. Flaming sacred body. Ice soul martial soul. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw the intensity of the frost ice flame. The hole was 10 meters wide and the frost ice flame was 10 meters wide. This density was countless times denser than when he had first condensed it himself. If he kept the icy frost flame, just this icy frost flame alone would be enough to make a martial monarch powerhouse suffer. He did not dare to touch the icy frost flame now, afraid that he would suffer a backlash. Moreover, if he took the icy frost flame away, his plan to enter would be ruined. Circulating 2 extreme cultivation techniques, his body quickly shot toward the ice flame. Boom! His divine sense exploded. This ice flame not only corroded his body, but it also directly attacked his cultivation. What was even more terrifying was that this ice flame also had intense damage to his divine sense. 1 second felt like a day to Li Lingtian. In that 1 second, his mind was shaken, but he managed to pass through the icy blaze and enter the cave. What a terrifying ice flame! No wonder Ming Qingfeng and Tianhao are so afraid of this place. After entering the cave, his body landed 100 meters below the ground. He raised his head and looked at the cold ice flames in the sky. He was also shocked. Fortunately, he had the ice soul martial spirit and the flaming sacred body. Even so, he was almost injured. One could imagine how the 2 geniuses without the ice soul martial spirit and the flaming sacred body left this place. One could imagine how terrifying it was. However, after he came down, he truly understood the fear of the 2 geniuses. There was an ice palace below. Although it was slightly inferior to the glacier at the beginning, there was such a cold air everywhere. How could they withstand it? From what they said, they had entered this palace after leaving ancient Devil's Square. In other words, they had been here for 2 months. 2 months was an unimaginable amount of power. He had the ice soul martial spirit and the flaming sacred body. He also cultivated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique, and the true dragon body barrier was powerful and overbearing. Even so, he did not dare to stay for long. If it was an ordinary martial arts grandmaster, he would die in less than a day after coming down. While he was shocked, he made marks as he moved forward. He left marks on the places he had walked, so that he would not be trapped in the maze. This was the wisdom of a young man from the 21st century. He was already numb to this ice palace because there were ice sculptures everywhere. They were either white or dark blue ice flames. This is a real glacier. Li Lingtian muttered to himself as he circulated the true qi in his body to resist the corrosion of the cold air. To his ice soul martial spirit, the cold qi was not harmful. Instead, it was beneficial. Even if he didn't cultivate it on purpose, the ice genuine qi in his body would gradually increase and become purer. Yes. Li Lingtian had no idea how many frost flames he had condensed along the way. He would stay behind to store the frost flames in the divine dragon ring wherever they were. Inside the divine dragon ring, he was the master. His divine consciousness had carved out a separate space in the divine dragon ring. The icy frost flame could also confine chi inside, and it had no effect on other items and demon beasts. Li Lingtian did not know how many frost flame he had collected throughout the day. However, he noticed a problem. Even though he had marked the area, he was still circling around it. Moreover, many of his marks had disappeared because many places he had passed by had inexplicably disappeared. A martial artist's memory was very strong. As long as he took a look, he would remember it in his heart. Naturally, he would not forget the path he had walked. The only explanation was that they had entered a maze. Ice and fire ring, sacrifice. As the chill grew thicker, Li Lingtian felt more and more excited. Even though he was lost, the thicker the chill, the better it would be for his cultivation. Moreover, the denser the cold air was, the closer it was to a certain place, and it was a very important place. The truth was that after a day of walking, the ice fire ring and several other defenses were no longer able to withstand the chill. Li Lingtian could only circulate his cultivation technique to withstand the chill and convert it into icy true chi. Ice Dragon Hall. As expected, this is the place. As Li Lingtian sprinted forward, he refined the cold chi and converted it into frost chi. 2 hours later, they arrived in front of an ice palace hall. The hall was majestic and gave off an invisible pressure. He had seen this kind of pressure before. It was from the dragon abyss in the divine dragon ring. However, the pressure here was still miles away from the dragon abyss. The ice dragon was also a dragon, but it was only a branch. Moreover, there were 999 true dragons in the divine dragon ring and the dragon energy of the 3,000 worlds. The pressure was naturally strong. The ice dragon hall was a huge palace. It did not have a trace of life, but it emitted a mysterious dragon aura. This dragon aura carried endless cold air. It was almost the source of the cold air, which was also the strength of the ice dragon. The ice dragon was the same as the fire dragon, but their attributes were different. Li Lingtian stood at the entrance of the ice dragon hall for a moment before he walked in step by step and scanned his surroundings with his divine perception. When he saw the thing in front of him, he could not help but be shocked. A crystal-clear ice dragon was like an ice sculpture. This was an ice sculpture of a divine dragon. 100 meters long and 10 meters tall, the mighty and domineering dragon emitted a dragon's might from its entire body. This dragon's might even had a cold aura. However, this ice dragon was only a skeleton now. It was actually just a skeleton. The dragon bones, dragon tendons, and dragon core were all intact. Even the dragon's skin was intact. This ice dragon had also passed away in meditation. It had not been killed. Looking at the ice dragon, it was as if the world had suddenly stopped. At that moment, Li Lingtian noticed the ice dragon's claw pressing down on an ice sculpture box. The ice sculpture box was about a foot in size, but he could not see what was inside at all. This was because his divine perception could not enter the box and his vision was blurry. Could it be the route to the ice palace? When Li Lingtian recalled that the ice palace was a maze, he felt a little displeased that he had entered it. Something that could make this ice dragon value it so much must not be simple. Then, he began to ponder whether he should touch this ice dragon. If he did, he could guarantee that something terrifying would happen. But if he didn't move, he wouldn't be able to leave the ice palace. Rise. True dragon body protection. Power of the earth dragon. After thinking for a full 10 minutes, he searched the entire ice dragon hall. However, there was nothing else in the ice dragon hall other than this ice dragon. Passages and exits were just wishful thinking. If he left this ice dragon hall, he might not be able to enter again. Since he was already here, it would be a waste not to move. At the thought of this, he circulated all the true chi in his body, grabbed the ice dragon's claws with both hands, and slowly lifted them up. However, what he did not expect was that this ice dragon looked like it only had one skeleton, but it was extremely heavy. With his current strength, even if it was 10,000 pounds, he could easily kick it away. However, there was nothing he could do against the ice dragon skeleton. It was as if the ice dragon was connected to this place. He had used up all his strength, but the ice dragon skeleton only shook slightly. Phew! He sat on the ground weakly. He never thought that one day, he would face a skeleton weakly. He looked at the ice dragon skeleton seriously. Chapter 166. 5 Elements Spirit Fruit. He looked at the ice dragon and quickly adjusted his breathing to recover the consumed true qi. After a full hour, his zhenqi had recovered by more than half, and his mental strength had also recovered. However, it was difficult to recover the physical strength that he had consumed. I'm fucking stupid. Li Lingtian thought of his pets. Little white, jade-eyed beast, multicolored beast, silver-winged flying dragon, and demon king beast were all amazing creatures. All of them were extremely strong. He didn't use such a pet and actually wanted to do it himself. He was really stupid. After saying that, he used his divine sense and the multicolored beast and the jade-eyed beast appeared in the ice dragon hall. When the 2 demonic beasts came out, they were also shocked by this ice dragon. His eyes were filled with fear. However, when he realized that the ice dragon had no life force and was only a skeleton, he felt a little better. Between demon beasts, the concept of hierarchy was very strong. When faced with a demon beast of a higher level, they did not even have the consciousness to resist. The 2 demonic beasts looked at Li Lingtian, who was meditating, and quickly came to Li Lingtian's side, assuming a protective stance. This ice dragon has lost its vitality. You 2 lift it up, and I'll take out the box. When Li Lingtian saw the stance of the 2 demonic beasts, he felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Even demonic beasts would behave like this, but what about humans? Although demonic beasts were ferocious, this was only their nature. Moreover, they did not have much intelligence and were born this way. However, when they protected them, they could take out their own lives. As he spoke, he stood up and walked to the box. As long as the 2 demon beasts lifted the ice dragon a little, he would take the opportunity to take the box away. Roar! Roar! The 2 demonic beasts roared loudly as if they were answering Li Lingtian. The demonic aura in their bodies began to circulate as they lifted the ice dragon and lifted it up. Kacha! With a soft sound, the ice dragon was lifted up completely and the box loosened. Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and protected it with his true qi before grabbing the box and quickly retrieving it. However, he remembered that this ice dragon was a super demon beast. If it was used as a material, it would definitely be extremely magical. Since the ice dragon had already moved, he had to take the opportunity to take it away. Be careful. 1 foot 11 inches put him into the divine dragon ring. Li Lingtian said to the 2 demonic beasts. He activated the divine dragon ring with his divine mindfulness and waved his hand. A ray of light appeared and a powerful suction force was contained within the ray of light. The 2 demonic beasts carried the ice dragon and disappeared along the light. They disappeared from the ice dragon hall. When they reappeared, they had already entered the divine dragon ring. As long as he entered the divine dragon ring, he would be his master. With a flick of his soul consciousness, he moved the skeleton of the ice dragon into the space of the ice flame. After doing everything, he checked the situation in the divine dragon ring and found that there was no impact at all. Only then did he leave the divine dragon ring with a peace of mind. His gaze fell on the box. He wondered what was so important about it that the ice dragon would value it so much. Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron. Activate. Open. He took out the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron and used it to protect himself. The Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron was neither an offensive treasure nor a defensive treasure. However, it had a mysterious effect on some mysterious things. This box was extremely mysterious. He wasn't worried about an attack, but he was worried about something harmful to his divine sense. After doing everything, he used his divine sense and shot a spell at the box. Clang! With a crisp sound, the box opened. There was no movement inside the box, as if it was empty. However, Li Lingtian could sense a trace of holy pressure lingering within the box. He carefully looked into the box. Inside the box was an exquisite 2-inch long sword. The small sword was dark blue in color and emitted a faint cold ice flame. However, this small sword was sealed by something. On one side of the small sword was a piece of brocade cloth. The brocade cloth was folded together, and a mysterious holy majesty was emitted from this brocade cloth. "Rise!" He grabbed at the air with one hand, and a force slowly grabbed the brocade cloth. Then he slowly took it out. The brocade was ordinary and there was nothing special about it. However, Li Lingtian did not dare to be careless. He closed the ice sculpture box and put it into the divine dragon ring. Then, he carefully unfolded the folded box. However, when he started to improve, he was stunned. It exuded a holy majesty, and endless golden light shot out in all directions. This golden light was gentle and did not feel uncomfortable at all. It was as if he had seen a fairyland that stood aloof from the world. The brocade cloth was unfolded. It was 3 feet long and 1 foot wide. A magical 8 trigrams was carved on it. The 8 trigrams occupied 2/3 of the brocade cloth. A holy radiance and majesty were emitted from the 8 trigrams. This brocade was no longer an ordinary brocade. Moreover, he discovered that this brocade cloth was not brocade cloth. He did not know if it was animal skin or paper. He did not know what it was made of. Divine Array Diagram. 3 small characters were carved on the lower right corner of the brocade cloth. Other than the 8 trigrams, there were only these 3 small characters left on the entire brocade cloth. Li Lingtian exclaimed when he saw the 3 small words. He had never heard of this divine array, but the name alone was enough to imagine how amazing it was. Moreover, the 8 trigrams on this divine array diagram was also an item from the Taoists in his previous life. It was extremely magical and had endless spells. He was completely shocked by this divine array diagram. After a full hour, he finally made a decision and dripped a drop of blood essence. Tisk! A sound rang out as the blood essence dripped onto the divine array diagram. Immediately, a shocking light burst out. The entire ice dragon hall was filled with a magical light. As the light appeared, a pillar of light appeared at the center of the ice dragon hall, where the ice dragon skeleton was originally located. Li Lingtian could not help but fly toward the pillar of light. In the light pillar, the divine array diagram emitted a faint halo. This halo and the light pillar merged into one, and he did not feel the slightest discomfort. Furthermore, when the blood essence came into contact with the divine array diagram, his entire body was connected to the divine array diagram. The divine array diagram was filled with countless golden words, but he could not understand them at all. The pillar of light disappeared not long after, and his entire body was taken away by the pillar of light. When he reappeared, his mouth was wide open and his eyes were filled with excitement. It was a valley with a radius of 1 mile. The valley was surrounded by a gray light, and it was unknown what was outside. Above it was an endless void. The spiritual energy was so dense that it was almost tangible. In the middle of the valley, there was a herbal garden, a spiritual herb garden. There were medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits that were over 10,000 years old everywhere. No one had ever come here before, and the medicinal herbs were also growing infinitely. However, his gaze was attracted by a 5-colored light. A 5-colored light with a radius of 10 meters appeared. Within the light was a 5-colored tree. Li Lingtian walked over step by step. His eyes were fixed on the 5-colored radiance because it was emitted by the trees inside. Metal element aura, wood element aura, water element aura, fire element aura, earth element aura. This is the 5 elements colorful tree, the 5 elements spiritual fruit. I've finally found you. As he approached the 5-colored radiance, Li Lingtian sensed the different auras of different species. His eyes were filled with shock as he finally spoke softly. This was the legendary 5 elements spirit fruit. He did not expect it to appear in this place. 5 elements spirit fruit. 5 elements complete peak. Each fruit takes 5 to 2,500 years to grow. 5. 25. One type of spiritual fruit was 25, so 5 types were 125. 125 5 elements spirit fruits. The 5 elements fused together and formed a great circle. One don't know how many tens of thousands of years it would take for the 5-element spirit fruit to reach 125. This 5-element spirit fruit is already far more than 10,000 years old. Li Lingtian muttered to himself as his expression turned numb. Then, he began to think of a way to pick the fruit, but no matter what, he rejected it. This was because the 5-element spirit fruit could not come into contact with the 5-element spirit qi. If it did not consume the 5-element spirit qi within an hour, it would disappear. At the thought of this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He did not have a single jade weapon on him. He had no choice but to uproot them. He waved his hands and began to dig the ground. He began to dig up all the soil 10 meters away from the 5-element colorful tree. He suspended the 5 elements rainbow tree in the air and piled up the soil into a small hill. Finally, he carefully moved the soil into the divine dragon ring. In a corner of the divine dragon ring, he made a pit with the soil he had just used. Finally, he put the 5-element colorful tree into the divine dragon ring. The entire 5-element rainbow tree was moved into the divine dragon ring. After everything was done, Li Lingtian carefully picked a 5-element spirit fruit and placed it into a jade box. Then, he waited for the 5-element colorful tree to change. This 5-element spirit fruit was just in case. If those spirit fruits disappeared, he would at least have one left. Seconds passed, and 3 hours passed. Li Lingtian's divine consciousness had been locked onto the 5-element rainbow tree and 5-element spirit fruit. To his delight, the 5-element rainbow tree and 5-element spirit fruit did not wither or die. Instead, they grew even better. Now that the matter of the 5-element colorful tree and the 5-element spirit fruit had been resolved, he could start looting. This was a 1-mile-wide herb garden. 10,000-year-old herbs were everywhere. There were even 100,000-year-old herbs and some 10,000-year-old spirit fruits. It was his principle to uproot everything. All the soil and flowers were moved into the divine dragon ring. As the day passed, Li Lingtian looked at the entire valley with a smile on his face. Apart from the spiritual energy, even the ground and soil had been dug away. There were no more green flowers or plants. It was as if they had arrived in a desert. Divine Array Diagram, Sacrifice. Since he had taken away the medicinal herbs and treasures here, he had to think of a way to leave. The one who brought him here was the Divine Array Diagram. He had to find this Divine Array Diagram. He took out the Divine Array Diagram and began to sort out the connection between the Divine Array Diagram and himself. His mind was connected to the Divine Array Diagram. In other words, he was the master of this Divine Array Diagram. However, he still did not understand this Divine Array Diagram. He had to understand it now. At the very least, he had to know what use this Divine Array Diagram had. A full month had passed. During this month, other than eating a few spiritual fruits to satisfy his hunger, he spent the rest of the time in excitement. The expression on his face alternated between excitement, confusion, and depression. Just like that, a month passed. Chapter 167, Divine Array Diagram, 1. I see. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and the smile on his face gradually turned excited. After studying the Divine Array Diagram for a month, he had gained some understanding. At least, he knew the use of this Divine Array Diagram. The Divine Array Diagram was an ancient array treasure. It was also an ancient array sacred scripture that recorded the method of setting up the most powerful array. This Divine Array Diagram was a complete book of array formations and a cultivation technique. It was just that this cultivation method was specially for cultivating array Dao. It recorded the construction and cracking methods of countless magical grand arrays. Moreover, this Divine Array Diagram was also a treasure. It was the core of all kinds of arrays. As long as there was a Divine Array Diagram, it would be twice the result with half the effort to crack any array. This young master will try. The excitement on Li Lingtian's face intensified. Although he did not know how to use the Divine Array Diagram, he had learned a lot about it. With his wisdom and experience, as well as his understanding of the ancient sacred techniques, He had some control over this divine array. The most powerful ones inside were the spatial array formation, the time array formation, the 5 elements array formation, and the void array formation. What made him even more interested was an attack formation. This attack formation used all kinds of power bodies as the driving force. The original driving force was compressed to an extreme and then exploded. It was no different from the ice, fire, 9 heavens that he cultivated. It was the same principle. With that, he sent out his divine sense and a huge flying ship floated in the air. He then flew up and landed on the flying ship. He didn't stop on the ship, but entered the core of the ship, which was also the power source of the ship. No matter what kind of flying ship it was, it had its own power. Otherwise, how could it fly? Then, he began to study this huge array formation. His expression kept changing. In the end, he basically understood that this spaceship was just a spaceship. It's a pity that I've been searching for herbs and treasures and neglected the materials for refining and array formations. Otherwise, I would have decided to build the first aircraft carrier in the divine martial continent. Li Lingtian began to fantasize in his heart. With his divine array diagram, if he had enough time and found the materials, he would definitely be able to develop an aircraft carrier. Coupled with the attack array, it was definitely a killing weapon. With the power of the attack array, even a martial emperor or a martial supreme could be shot down. Yes. This fantasy had already formed in his heart. As long as he had the time, he would build a powerful space carrier. The aircraft carriers in his previous life were only capable of traveling on the ocean. He wanted to build a real aircraft carrier. He could replace the nuclear bomb from his previous life with an attack array. As for the power materials, he could use spirit stones and demon beast inner cores. Moreover, the demonic crystals were extremely powerful. At the thought of this, they were excited. Then, they put away the flying ship and put it into the divine dragon ring. He began to think of a way to leave this place. After understanding the God's array diagram, it was much easier to leave this place. In less than 2 days, he had mastered the way to leave this place. Divine array diagram. Activate. He cast a spell on the divine array diagram and a ray of light appeared. This ray of light was the same as the last time he came in. Without hesitation, Li Lingtian entered the light and returned to the Ice Dragon Hall in an instant. Inside the Ice Dragon Hall, he had easily broken through the Ice Palace's maze with the help of the God Formation diagram and arrived at the entrance of the Ice Flame Cave. Frost Ice Flame, condense. Li Lingtian looked excitedly at the frost flame. He then cast a temporary imprisonment formation and began to condense the frost flame. This icy frost flame was several times stronger than the icy frost flame condensed by the glacier on the lake. This amount was thousands of times more than before. Seeing so many cold ice flames, how could they be unhappy? Without any hesitation, he began to condense it. With so many ice flames, he needed a lot of time. Otherwise, it would be wasted after leaving the Devil Canyon. Traces of icy frost flames were compressed into the divine dragon ring, and days passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. There was only a little more than a month left before they left the heavenly Devil Canyon. Fortunately, the frost ice flames here were almost condensed. Yes. When the last bit of ice flame was condensed, Li Lingtian stored it into the divine dragon ring. Rumble. At once, there was a shocking explosion. The ice flame vanished and the ice palace's chilly air soared into the sky. Before Li Lingtian could react, he was sent flying by the blast of the chilly air. He flew into the air and left the lake. He quickly flew into the distance and faced the attack of the cold air. Even though he was running very quickly, his mind was still shaken. Li Lingtian did not have time to hesitate at this moment. He activated his divine consciousness and summoned Little White, allowing it to carry him and fly quickly. After flying for half an hour, he finally felt at ease and found a cave to recuperate. The injury was not serious, but if he ignored it, it would definitely affect his future cultivation. While he was recuperating in the flash, Little White requested to enter the divine dragon ring to cultivate. Li Lingtian was puzzled. All this time, He had been studying the divine array diagram and condensing the icy frost flame. He had not paid any attention to the demonic beasts. After his divine sense entered the divine dragon ring, he immediately discovered that the jade-eyed beast had reached level 4, level 9, the multicolored beast had reached level 4, level 7, and the silver-winged flying dragon was level 5, level 6. A few demon beasts had advanced. It seemed that his heavenly monster pill was really useful. No wonder Xiaobai wanted to cultivate. Seeing that the other demon beasts had all advanced and that it was the only one who had not advanced, it definitely felt embarrassed. If you want to advance, you have to accept the cultivation of dragon energy. This way, you will definitely catch up to their realm in a short period of time. Li Lingtian took a glance at Little White and nodded. He then used his divine consciousness to store Little White into the divine dragon ring. However, this time, Li Lingtian sent Little White to the place with the densest dragon energy to cultivate. As for the dragon power of the 3,000 worlds, Little White couldn't go in with its current cultivation. It would be suicide if it went in. It was the same for him. Otherwise, he would have long entered to cultivate. After Little White entered the divine dragon ring, Li Lingtian began to recuperate. After 3 days of recuperation, his body's true qi was restored to its peak and his spirit was at its peak. Following that, Li Lingtian began to slay the demonic beasts alone. As long as he did not encounter any tier 5 demonic beasts, he would not call for Little White and the rest to help. Time passed quickly. On this day, after Li Lingtian killed the demonic beasts, he quickly approached the depths of the heavenly demon canyon. This was because if he wanted to leave the devil canyon, he had to accept the teleportation in the depths. After 2 days of running at full speed, they finally returned to the original place of the Demon King Beast. There were also many martial artists gathered there. However, Li Lingtian realized that there were only a little more than 100 people left from the original 600. Furthermore, the rest were martial arts grandmasters and the martial kings had all been killed. Young noble Lingtian. Qing Fengming and Tianhao were shocked by Li Lingtian's appearance but they quickly calmed down. They were certain that Li Lingtian had not entered the ice palace or he would not have returned. Young Master Tianhao, young Master Qing Feng. With a faint smile on his face, Li Lingtian walked forward step by step, completely ignoring the other grandmasters and martial emperors. Everyone knew how powerful these two were but they did not expect Li Lingtian, a warrior king, to have the guts to talk to them. What they could not believe was that the two powerhouses were not displeased with Li Lingtian. On the contrary, they were extremely polite to him. Young noble Lingtian is able to return safely. It's truly a joyous occasion. Young noble Lingtian is extremely powerful. It's truly gratifying to see you return safely. The two of them congratulated him at the same time. Their tone was probing. If this youth really went in, it would be really terrifying. Hee, young Master Tianhao and young Master Qing Feng are too kind. I did go down once. The two of you are right. It is indeed extremely terrifying down there. Li Lingtian replied with a faint smile. He was shocked by the duo's strength. It was not easy for them to stay in that place for 2 months without the ice and fire martial souls. The conversation between the three of them shocked the others. They didn't know what the three of them were talking about. However, there must be something that they were unaware of since Li Lingtian was able to make the two powerhouses so polite. The three of them had become the focus of everyone here. Everyone looked at the three of them as they spoke, and the others did not dare to breathe loudly. Subsequently, Li Lingtian found a place with few people and began meditating, completely ignoring the gathering of powerhouses. Only Tianhao and Qing Fengming understood that Li Lingtian had his own reasons for doing so. He did not take the people here seriously at all. What puzzled them was that Dishi Nanyang hadn't shown up yet. Did something happen? Ling Yunqiao was possessed by the ancient devil and killed by them in the end. Only Tianhao, Ming Qing Feng, and Dishi Nanyang were left. And Dishi Nanyang was definitely the most powerful one this time. This was because Dishi Nanyang had the family's treasure, the saint artifact, the space banner. However, it had been taken away by Li Lingtian and had not been returned to him. As time passed, the aura in the sky began to change. A shocking demonic aura light appeared. All the martial artists hurriedly protected their bodies with protective barriers to prevent themselves from being corroded by the demonic aura. 2 minutes passed, and a shocking suction force appeared in the air. No one resisted, allowing the suction force to suck them in. Li Lingtian cast the true dragon body barrier. As long as there was no harm, he would not resist in case something went wrong. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the air, more than 100 martial artists floated up and surged toward the dense demonic chi before finally disappearing. Li Lingtian's figure vanished into the demonic chi as well. The true dragon body barrier blocked the demonic chi's corrosion, and he was quickly teleported away. After a full 10 seconds, he reappeared, and the demonic aura disappeared. The place where he appeared was a huge mountain range. This mountain range was extremely rich in demonic chi, but he did not know where he was if he came out rashly. Boom! At this moment, a shocking pressure pressed down fiercely. This pressure was even stronger than the Demon King beast. Chapter 168. Supreme Realm Avatar. Last time he was on guard, but this time, he had just come out and suffered such a destructive blow. He had no strength to resist at all. A destructive pressure directly bombarded over. His mind was greatly shaken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was also sent flying into the distance before he fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, Li Lingtian activated his true dragon body barrier and quickly cast his thunderclap wings. However, the destructive pressure in the air came crashing down again just as he cast his thunderclap wings, leaving him no chance at all. Boom! Li Lingtian was completely stunned by yet another destructive pressure attack. It was obvious that this person was targeting him, but he could not understand why he was struck by the destructive force the moment he came out. Could it be that someone had divine foresight? But even if they did, they wouldn't be able to guess where he would appear. Die! A voice finally appeared in the air. The voice carried supreme dignity and anger, as if it had seen the enemy who had killed his father. After the voice, another destructive pressure came crashing down. Li Lingtian's mind was shattered and he was on the verge of dissipating. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Even when he was facing a martial grandmaster or a martial emperor, he had never been so passive. Now, he had no chance to fight back at all. Blazing flame, escape. Taking advantage of the pressure from the previous round, Li Lingtian forcefully endured the pressure. With a flick of his divine consciousness, a jade slip appeared in his hand. A stream of fire elemental genuine chi circulated and instantly crushed the jade slip. It turned into a raging flame and his entire body disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already 5 miles away. He had given him the Raging Flames escape skill when he was on Hidden Dragon Island. He didn't expect that it would be useful now. After escaping 5 miles, he was also within the attack range of the experts. Thunderclap wings. Li Lingtian did not dare to stay behind. A powerhouse like him had a divine consciousness of at least 400 to 500 miles. Since he was within the range of his divine consciousness, he would not be able to escape its scanning no matter what. You want to run? You actually want to run away in front of me? In the sky, a shadow appeared. The shadow gradually turned corporeal, like a god of war overlooking the world. Li Lingtian had just unleashed his thunderclap wings when the shadow in the sky unleashed a shocking attack that shattered the entire space. His entire body was thrown into the air. Blood had already drenched his clothes in front of his chest. His snow-white clothes were bright red, and he looked extremely miserable. Peak of Rank 9 Martial Emperor. This is the avatar of a martial honor. Li Lingtian looked at the elderly man in the sky. However, the elderly man was only half solid and his entire body was exuding a shocking aura. Li Lingtian could tell that the elder was not his real body but a super powerhouse's clone. He had relied on the clone to kill Li Lingtian. He now understood that in front of a true expert, he had no chance to fight back. The martial emperors and martial grandmasters from the past had confused his knowledge. They made him feel that the strength of martial grandmasters and martial emperors was not very strong. He could kill them with treasures. Only now did he realize that he had made a huge mistake. In this world, true experts would not show off outside. They were both martial emperors, but the real power of this mysterious man was not even as strong as Dishi Nanyang's. However, the techniques he used were beyond the level of a martial emperor. It turned out that he was not the only exception in this world. Other experts also had magical methods. The martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors that he had encountered were just some pushovers. He had only discovered the true experts now. It's actually just a martial king. The shadow in the sky was also shocked. He was also shocked by the young man he had attacked. He thought that the person he had locked onto was a rank 7 or 8 martial emperor, but he did not expect that it was just a martial king's disciple. I wonder why you ambushed me. Seeing that the other party had stopped attacking, Li Lingtian immediately threw a myriad spirit pill into his mouth. Even if it could not heal his injuries, it could temporarily stabilize them. At the same time, the jade-eyed beast and multicolored beast appeared in front of him, and the silver-winged flying dragon protected him. 5th-rank demonic beasts, 4th-rank demonic beasts. There are many demonic beasts, but they are just ants in front of me. Hand over the spatial banner, and I'll give you a quick death. A trace of shock appeared in the mysterious man's eyes. He did not expect that this young man would actually have 3 demonic beasts protecting him. Even a martial emperor would be extremely envious of having a tier 5 demonic beast as a combat partner. However, with his cultivation, he did not care about these at all. Instead, he wanted to quickly kill this youth and take back the spatial banner. This was the family treasure. Space pennant. You are from Dishi family. Li Lingtian immediately understood. He had taken Dishi Nanyang's space banner away. When he was trying to block the aura on it, he had been discovered by the other party and his aura had been locked onto. He had crossed worlds to come here for this spatial banner. The moment he came out, as long as he locked onto his aura, he could be killed directly. No wonder he was attacked by destruction as soon as he came out. Since you want to kill me, then show me your true power. You are just a mere Supreme Realm clone. Your real power is not even as strong as Dishi Nanyang's. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly. He did not expect this man to be a powerhouse from the Dishi family. It seemed that the Dishi family was not simple. As for the clone, he should not fight for too long. As long as he exhausted his true essence, he could escape. With that said, his divine sense moved, and the Demon King Beast appeared in front of him. A shocking demonic chi soared into the sky. Devil King Beast, 5th rank, 9th grade Devil King Beast. The mysterious man was also shocked, and his face revealed a solemn expression. He had not expected this youth to actually have a 5th tier, 9th grade Devil King Beast. The might of a Devil King Beast was even stronger than a demonic beast. He did not dare to be careless when facing this 5th tier, level 9 Devil King Beast. Roar! Boom! After the Infernal King Beast came out, it glanced at Li Lingtian. With Li Lingtian's instruction, it knew that its opponent was the phantom in the sky. Instantly, a shocking demonic aura burst out. His 100-meter-tall body was like a mountain peak. The mysterious man didn't dare to hesitate. A shocking martial royal realm attack smashed down. In an instant, the 2 super experts started fighting. Even with his strength, he could not withstand the terrifying pressure in front of such a big battle. A few demon beasts were also guarding him, watching the battle in the sky with fear in their eyes. Although Li Lingtian did not join the battle, he was still shocked when he saw the battle between the Phantom and the Demon King Beast. The martial emperors in the past were all trash in front of this Phantom. Sky screen slash. The mysterious man also knew that he could not fight for too long, or else he would be in danger. With a casual wave of his hand, the spiritual energy in the sky condensed, and a shocking light shadow slashed down on the Demon King Beast. Roar! Although the Demon King Beast did not have much intelligence, it understood that this attack was a threat to it. With a violent roar, the shocking demonic chi became even stronger, and a black fist ruthlessly bombarded forward. Rumble! With a shocking explosion, the Demon King beast screamed and retreated. Black blood flowed out of his pitch-black fist, and he looked extremely painful. Sword howl heaven and earth, die! Li Lingtian took advantage of this moment to summon the Tianyu sword with one hand and one body. As he circulated his true qi, another mouthful of blood trickled out from the corner of his mouth. His injuries were so severe that the meridians in his body were almost completely destroyed. However, if he did not make a move now, he would not even have a chance to do so. He would only die. A shocking sword intent burst out, and the pressure of the Tianyu sword wreaked havoc in the air. Saint artifact. There's actually a saint artifact. This venerable self has profited this time. Heaven and earth great palm. The phantom was excited when he saw the Tianyu sword in Li Lingtian's hand. However, he was shocked when he sensed the sword intent in the air. If he was not careful, he might be injured by this attack. With a quick flip of his hand in the air, celestiality appeared. In an instant, 100-meter-long giant palm was hurled toward Li Lingtian. The huge sword light of the Tianyu sword also slashed over. Instantly, the world trembled and space tore apart. Rumble! With a shocking explosion, a violent destructive power exploded, covering the area within a radius of 10 miles. At that moment, Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and retrieved the few demonic beasts and demon king beasts. With a flash of his thunderclap wings, he appeared 10 miles away. Heaven and earth formation, hide. Li Lingtian had just appeared in the forest 5 kilometers away when a formation was cast. He vanished from the world as if he had never appeared. He vanished without a trace, not even a trace of his aura. Damn it! In the sky, the shadow became even weaker, as if it was about to be blown away in the blink of an eye. When it saw that the youth below had already disappeared 10 miles away, it immediately became furious. His divine sense continued to scan the area, and the pressure pressed down with a destructive force, wanting to crush the youth to death. As time passed, Li Lingtian's face turned ghastly pale as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Li Lingtian did not even dare to circulate his cultivation technique as his meridians had been destroyed beyond recognition. Originally, he had completely taken the attack from this phantom. In the end, he used the thunderclap wings and the sword howl of the heaven and earth, which worsened his injuries. He was shocked beyond words. This shadow was just a clone of a martial-honored realm. Although his cultivation was only at rank 9 martial emperor, his clone did not have the strength of a physical body. At most, he was at rank 5 martial emperor. However, his methods were beyond the methods of a martial emperor. The Azure continent was indeed not something that the Azure continent could compare to. The martial artists he had met were not true super geniuses. It seemed that Tianhao, Ming Qingfeng, and the rest didn't have a high status in the family. Even such a warrior would be a super genius in Green Continent, an existence that no one could compare to. He felt a wave of displeasure in his heart. The experts from the foreign forces were much stronger than those from Green Island. At the same time, he felt lucky that he had been reborn in this place. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Rumble! It was at this moment that the world exploded. The shadow could not see Li Lingtian and was furious as it attacked the entire ground. As long as Li Lingtian did not leave this place, he would be crushed to death by the attack. Chapter 169. Dragon Energy of the 3000 Worlds. Li Lingtian's heaven and earth formation was instantly shattered and he was exposed to the phantom sight. The formation he had cast at the last minute was only a simple concealment formation. It did not have any defensive effect. Let's see where you can run to now. When the shadow saw that Li Lingtian had not left, his face was filled with excitement. At the same time, he was shocked that Li Lingtian was able to hide from him. You won't be able to hold on for long. If you were a real 9th level martial emperor or if I were here, I wouldn't stand a chance. But now, you can't either. Li Lingtian's face flashed with determination. He steeled his heart and slowly raised his hands. forcefully circulating the last of his Xueqi. His meridians shattered inch by inch. The pain caused his expression to change drastically. However, he was different from before. It was either you die or I die. Iced fire, 9 heavens, second heaven, destruction. Li Lingtian endured the pain on his face as he circulated his ice and fire true qi with both hands. Finally, he put his hands together and a 3-colored beam of light shot out. The world was filled with the aura of destruction and death. Even the phantom in the sky was shocked. Major destruction taboo. Let's go. The shadow shouted coldly as he activated his true essence. A forbidden force was pressing down on Li Lingtian from above. The shadow grew weaker and its figure became thinner. If this attack was not enough to kill Li Lingtian, it would be the shadow that vanished. Rumble. The mountain range collapsed. In the sky, countless experts could feel this death and destruction, as well as the forbidden power of space. What a terrifying pressure. This is the attack of a martial monarch expert. That it should be a supreme realm expert who has such an attack. Could it be that 2 martial honors are fighting? But in Green Continent, there is only 1 martial honored realm expert. How could there be 2 martial honored realm experts fighting? This attack is so familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere before. There was a lot of discussion. At this time, it was the time for the Devil Canyon to leave the Devil Canyon. Naturally, there were countless sect experts to receive them. However, when they saw the battle in the Heavenly Devil Mountain, they did not dare to go in and watch. In such a battle, not to mention the experts killing them, even Eugene would directly kill them. After a long time, Demonic Mountain finally quieted down. The shocking demonic chi became even denser, and Demonic Mountain returned to its former appearance. Some experts also brought their disciples and left quickly. No matter who won the battle, they did not dare to watch or interfere. There was no longer a single human on Demonic Mountain. However, in the depths of a pitch-black canyon, a weak aura was moving with difficulty. The pitch-black was demonic chi. If a human came into contact with such dense demonic chi, they would be demonized immediately. The sound of blood spurting out was heard, followed by a painful voice. The sound and aura became weaker and weaker. As time passed, the aura and sound completely disappeared. At the end of the pitch-black demonic canyon was an independent paradise. There was no demonic chi at all. On the contrary, the spiritual chi here was dense, and the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. There were countless lush flowers and plants, a green lake, an ancient pavilion, and a simple cave abode. At this moment, a faint figure appeared. The figure was extremely weak. Li Lingtian spat out another mouthful of dirty blood. His face was ghastly pale and his clothes had turned into patches of red and white. The blood at the corner of his mouth had yet to dry up and continued to seep out. Finally, I've killed you. Li Lingtian's face cracked into a smile, but it looked extremely miserable as his meridians were all severed. He didn't care if there were people here, or if there were demons, beasts, and demonic beasts here. Because his current situation was already extremely bad. It was impossible for him to be more miserable than now. It turned out that the last attack of the Ice Fire 9 Heavens did not kill the illusory figure. It only offset the giant palm print, and a portion of the power directly smashed onto his body. After unleashing the Iced Fire 9 Heavens, the roaring dragon battle halberd in his hand turned into a shooting star, bringing with it a shocking dragon aura. Finally, it completely strangled the phantom. What he didn't understand was that this phantom actually brought a storage bag. Originally, according to the strength of the clone, it was impossible for it to bring a physical object, but this clone had brought a storage bag. He couldn't care less. He put away his treasures and bag of holding, then chose a direction and walked step by step. Rather than walking, it was better to crawl over. He threw a pill into his mouth. It was the Myriad Spirit Pill, a 4th-grade healing pill. However, this medicinal pill was completely useless. Instead, his injuries worsened. Then, he sat down cross-legged and released the ice soul-cold chi to ensure that he would not fall asleep. He thought of many ways, but none of them could heal him. Because his meridians were all broken, his true qi could not circulate, and his cultivation technique could not be circulated. Don't tell me this young master is going to die here just like this. Li Lingtian's face revealed a look of despair. With his meridians severed, he would not be able to circulate his heaven-defying cultivation technique. He had the flaming sacred body and the dragon qi tempering his body, but now he was just a shell that could not circulate his cultivation. What's the use of powerful talent? What's the use of powerful treasures? Li Lingtian looked at his own body with despair written all over his face. He had always thought that his strength was enough to compete with a martial royal realm powerhouse, but he was wrong. With his true strength, he could only fight against experts below the 5th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. As for killing a 9th level martial arts grandmaster and a martial emperor, it was just a treasure and a heaven-defying skill. Moreover, he did not encounter those top-notch experts. This time, he encountered a martial emperor who suppressed him. If it were not for all kinds of treasures and skills, he would have died long ago. Time passed day by day. Li Lingtian's face was numb. He had tried every possible way, but he could not channel his energy to restore his meridians. If his meridians were not connected, he would not be able to circulate his cultivation techniques and zhenqi. Healing was just empty talk. Only a few demon beasts were guarding him. They looked at the youth in front of them and did not move at all. They did not dare to make a sound. Try the dragon energy of the 3000 world. After an unknown number of days, Little White sent a message to Li Lingtian's mind. Since it had a friendly contract with Li Lingtian, it would not let Li Lingtian die like this. If one die, you can leave. Li Lingtian muttered to himself. He had also thought of the dragon energy in the 3000 worlds, but it was too terrifying for a martial king to touch. Now that Little White had said it, he had no other choice. He couldn't use his martial arts or heal himself. Only his divine sense could be used. In other words, he could enter the divine dragon ring. After entering the divine dragon ring, his life and death would be in his hands. After giving his instructions, the demonic beasts remained silent. Li Lingtian closed his eyes slightly and activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness before entering it alone. Entering the world of the dragon again, the dragon abyss appeared in front of him. Step by step, he walked toward the back of the dragon abyss. That place was where the dragon energy of the 3000 worlds was located. The dragon qi of 3000 worlds was equivalent to 3000 worlds. One could imagine how powerful the dragon race was. Although the 3000 sectors was a little exaggerated, there was indeed a lot of dragon energy. Without the 3000 sectors, it would not be too bad. Every world had different dragon energy. The density of dragon energy in every world was also different. Open. Along the way, they passed by the dragon abyss and hundreds of dragons. He arrived at the place where the golden dragon phantom used dragon energy to refine him. He gradually entered a huge array altar. If it was in the past, he would definitely not be able to crack this array altar. However, he controlled the divine array diagram and was the owner of the divine dragon ring. He easily opened the array altar and a shocking dragon energy rushed over. His body was also quickly pulled toward the array altar, and he disappeared from it. Ah! Arg! A scream that resounded through the world sounded. He had experienced countless tempering and pain, but facing the dragon qi of the first world, he almost fainted. It was definitely a blessing for him to faint in his current condition, but he couldn't. He was enjoying the torture and pain. The dragon energy tempered his body once again, and the meridians in his body were also tempered inch by inch. After an unknown period of time, the expression on his face became terrifying, but the meridians in his body were slowly recovering. What he did not realize was that there were actually 3 mysterious blood essences circulating in his body. Moreover, they were constantly devouring the dragon energy and taking it for themselves. The 3 drops of blood essence also quickly met and fused together, turning into a mysterious and holy halo. The halo was nourished by the dragon energy, and immediately became even stronger. His body was also rapidly recovering under the halo. This was something he did not know. 1 day passed, then 2 days. 1 month passed, then 2 months. Li Lingtian was completely immersed in the world of dragon energy. The pain on his face had disappeared and was replaced by a look of enjoyment. Under the tempering of the dragon energy, his meridians had been completely repaired. The mysterious and holy light had also repaired his body, and the dragon energy in his body had become even stronger. True dragon body protection. Power of the flying dragon. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and his gaze shone brightly. With a soft cry, he activated the true dragon body barrier. Instantly, a shocking dragon energy circulated in his body and headed straight for the second layer of the true dragon body barrier. His entire body carried a trace of dragon's might, the majesty of a dragon. Rank 8 Martial King. Break. The second layer of the true dragon body barrier had been successfully broken through. His realm had yet to stabilize, and the cultivation in his body had also loosened. He was rapidly advancing from a rank 8 Martial King to a rank 9 Martial King. Bam! A slight crisp sound came from his body, and only he could hear it. Tier 9 Martial King. Charge. After reaching rank 9 Martial King, the genuine qi in his body continued to soar until he finally reached the peak of rank 9 Martial King. He knew that if he did not break through, he would explode from the violent true energy. The huge amount of true qi started to spin rapidly, and the true qi in his body also quickly sublimated. The true qi that was originally almost tangible became even denser, and this true qi was still changing. He circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique, circulating his true qi that was almost tangible, and his entire person entered a state of emptiness. In his body, the zhenqi gradually entered his dantian. However, the zhenqi did not stop. Instead, it formed a thumb-sized bead. Chapter 170. Breaking Through to Grandmaster. Condensing qi into a core was the unique inner core of a martial arts grandmaster. It was also the legendary golden elixir. This golden elixir represented a powerful ancient martial art practitioner and was also the source of strength. The golden core slowly rotated. Every time it rotated, the surrounding true qi would be swept away, and the golden core would become bigger. After an unknown period of time, the golden core stopped spinning and all the true qi disappeared. At that moment, the golden core began to spin frantically. Li Lingtian could only use the heaven and earth reincarnation to activate the golden core. Suddenly, a shocking aura erupted from his body. Traces of dragon energy turned into true essence and flowed in his body. His body had returned to normal, but his physique was now countless times stronger than before. His genuine qi had also turned into genuine vitality. A 5-colored golden core was spinning in his dantian. The faint genuine vitality was like a lake supporting the rotation of the golden core. The rotation of the golden core increased his true essence by a little, and his strength increased by a little. Although the increase in cultivation could be ignored, it was an obvious increase. The changes in his body made him sublimate. The true dragon body protection had been upgraded to the second layer. The difference between the strength of the flying dragon and the earth dragon was 100,000 miles. More importantly, when the wyvern power was used, there were 2 wyverns protecting him. When he attacked, there were also 2 wyverns. His current defense and physique were more than 10 times stronger than before. He could even withstand a full-powered attack from a rank 5 martial arts grandmaster. This was the power of the true dragon body barrier. However, he still valued the golden core in his body. This golden core was a human's energy body, just like the inner core of a demon beast. If the inner core was gone, the demon beast would have no cultivation. It was the same for the golden core of a human martial arts grandmaster. Without the golden core, their cultivation would completely disappear. In his dantian, the thumb-sized golden core was spinning, and the true essence below it was gently rippling like a lake. He didn't have much true essence now, but it was dozens of times stronger than when his true qi was at its peak. Grandmaster. I've finally reached Grandmaster. 200 years as a martial king, 300 years as a martial grandmaster, and 300 years of life. It was unimaginable in my previous life. Li Lingtian muttered to himself. When he became a warrior king, he was excited for a while because not only did his strength improve, but his lifespan had also doubled. As long as he lived a normal life and did not suffer from external attacks, 200 years was not a problem. Now that he had reached the martial ancestor realm, his strength had increased countless times, and his lifespan had reached 300 years. His strength had increased, his physique had increased, his entire person had sublimated, and his lifespan had increased. He was now a true martial arts grandmaster. The martial arts grandmasters that they looked up to in the past had now entered this rank. Following that, Li Lingtian quickly absorbed the dragon energy to stabilize the second layer of the true dragon body barrier. With his current cultivation realm, he could only cultivate outside. In the 3,000 worlds of the divine dragon ring, Li Lingtian opened his eyes again after an unknown period of time. His eyes were filled with confidence. "It's time to leave." "I'm sorry," Li Lingtian said calmly before he vanished in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already on the array altar behind the dragon abyss. He nodded politely at the 100 dragons. This was a form of respect. Dragons were never weak. Swoosh! The space trembled as a young man appeared in front of Little White and the other demonic beasts. He was still wearing the same clothes as before, and his body was covered in blood. However, he was now in high spirits. As the divine dragon ring closed, Li Lingtian smiled. He was in a good mood to see this world again. "You're done," he actually broke through. Little White looked at Li Lingtian in a daze before sending a consciousness into Li Lingtian's mind. The consciousness was calm and emotionless, but Li Lingtian was surprised to see Little White's eyes. "Yes, I have already broken through. I will rest here for a period of time. You guys should rest well too. After we leave, this world will no longer be quiet." Li Lingtian spoke calmly. This time he had almost died. His entire state of mind had been elevated from a teenager's to an adult's. After going through this great tribulation and breaking through, it made him mature a lot. Although his tone was calm, it was not difficult for the few demon beasts to tell that if they went out, the world would tremble. Li Lingtian did not bother with the demonic beasts as he continued to survey the place. There was a green lake, a pavilion, and a cave abode. This place was a paradise. After coming here for so long, he still did not understand this place at all. After receiving Li Lingtian's celestial demon pill, the few demonic beasts began their cultivation as Li Lingtian walked toward the cave abode. The stone door of the cave abode opened with a light push. It was silent inside. Based on his experience, it should have been many years since anyone had lived here. However, after this great calamity, he had become more stable. He activated the true dragon body barrier and walked in carefully. However, there was no palace like he had imagined in this cave abode. There were only 3 stone rooms, one of which was a cultivation room, one was a bedroom, and one was a living room. The area was very small, but it was very exquisite. Although it was a cultivator's cultivation cave, this cave was no different from the girl's boudoir. There was no sound or life in the cave. You'll come empty-handed, and you'll leave empty-handed. In this world, meeting each other is fated. A graceful dance in the sky. All things in the world are illusory, moving flowers and trees to shock the gods. Li Lingtian entered the bedroom and activated a restriction. After a few words, the entire room was emptied. At that moment, a pale golden paper appeared in the air and slowly swayed down. Li Lingtian could not help but grab it with one hand and the paper fell into his hand. There was not a single word on the page. It was completely blank. However, Li Lingtian was no longer surprised by this. This was because some of the existences in this world were sealed inside with some kind of array or restriction. His divine sense moved and entered the page. Immediately, information was transmitted into his mind. Those who comprehend transposition of flowers and trees are fated. Even if you can't comprehend transposition of flowers and trees, please find someone who can cultivate it. The same sentence was followed by the words of the cultivation technique. Li Lingtian was completely immersed in the page and was completely captivated by the cultivation method inside. This was a cultivation technique and also a skill. After cultivating it, one could transfer the attack to another place. Moreover, this cultivation technique could also be used by both of them. It was also an array formation. If two people cultivated such a cultivation technique, they could completely use their cultivation and combine them into one to reach a shocking power. Shifting flowers into trees? Fuck. Wasn't there such a thing as shifting flowers into trees on television in my previous life? Li Lingtian withdrew his divine consciousness from the page with a strange expression. If it was in the past, he would never believe in such things. However, in this world, after using shocking strength, he naturally believed that these cultivation techniques were definitely not a bluff. After putting away the paper, Li Lingtian searched the cave abode but found nothing. Not even a single plant was left behind. In the end, he could only leave the cave abode and go to the pavilion by the lake to cultivate. He was now a first-level martial arts grandmaster, and his cultivation was extremely powerful. His true chi had turned into true essence, and its power was unparalleled. Moreover, the roaring dragon combat halberd could also unleash the power of a low-grade celestial weapon, and so could the Tianyu sword. It could unleash the power of a low-grade celestial weapon. As for the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber, he still did not dare to use it, nor did he dare to touch it. He could also unleash a few Earth-rank skills to the extreme, and he was only a step away from the transcendent state. This was the advantage of the realm. If he used the Ice Vitality Divine Fist to freeze 1,000 miles, the area within 2 miles would be turned into a glacier. Moreover, this glacier also carried traces of cold ice flames. This was also the power brought about by his condensed cold ice flames. Ice River split. After cultivating for a period of time, his realm had stabilized. He had already mastered many skills and treasures. However, when he thought of the icy frost flame, he realized that he did not dare to touch it easily with his current strength. After giving up, he found the small sword in the ice sculpture box. After refining it, his divine sense connected with this small sword. It was actually a powerful ice-type treasure. Ice River Split, this super treasure was actually a peerless heaven weapon, and it was a heaven weapon that could be upgraded. It contained a unique skill, Frost Descent from the Sky. When it was used, frost would fall from the sky within 100 miles, and snowflowers would fall from the sky in June. If he could control the Ice River Crack and the Frost Descent, he could imprison anyone below the martial arts Grandmaster realm and kill anyone below the Martial King realm within 100 miles. Refine it. Since he was going to use this treasure, he had to refine it so that it could enter his dantian and be nourished by true essence. No matter what treasure it was easy to refine it, but it was very difficult to truly control it. This was because it required a long period of nourishment and connection, allowing the master and weapon to cooperate more tacitly. As the days passed, Li Lingtian roughly calculated that he had been in this place for half a year. In half a year's time, he had also reached the peak of martial arts Grandmaster rank 1 and was not far from perfection. All kinds of skills had also been cultivated to a peak, and he had further control over his treasures. What made him change the most was his aura, as well as his entire temperament. Now, he was no longer a youth, but an 18-year-old youth. A calm super expert, every movement of his carried the power of heaven and earth. The few of you have improved quite a bit. Li Lingtian looked at Little White and the other demonic beasts. Little White had cultivated in the 3000 Worlds dragon energy for half a year, and had already reached Tier 4 Level 8. The Jade-Eyed Beast was also at the peak of the 4th tier, Level 9, and was not far from the 5th tier. The Multicolored Beast's cultivation was the lowest, but it was still at the 4th tier, Level 8. The Silver-Winged Flying Dragon was the most powerful, at the peak of the 5th step, 7th rank. With their help, his strength had increased by a lot. Moreover, he had a terrifying Demon King Beast. You've already reached the true 6th step. When I refine the Demon Transformation Pill, you'll be able to quickly increase your strength. Li Lingtian looked at the Infernal King Beast. Although it did not have much intelligence, it was respectful to Li Lingtian. Even if Li Lingtian wanted it to die, it would not hesitate. Some time ago, Li Lingtian saw that the Demon King Beast was hovering between the peak of Tier 5, Level 9, and Tier 6. Hence, he gave the demonized pill to the Demon King Beast. Chapter 171. Li Fire Xianyang Formation. The demonized pill itself was a medicinal pill of the devil race. When it was used by the Devil King Beast, it actually broke through its realm. As such, the Infernal King Beast was even more respectful toward Li Lingtian. "We can leave now." Li Lingtian looked up at the sky as he spoke calmly. After he said that, the sky was filled with lightning and the world turned dark as if it was the end of the world. It was as if the heavens knew that this green island was destined to never be quiet again. In fact, Eastern Spirit Azure Continent had long been restless. Tianjin Empire and South Tomb Empire, two super empires, had tens of millions of troops and had successively broken through the 13 heavenly dragon cities. Some experts from the Northern Nether Empire also shifted their attention to the Dragon Empire. The Dragon Empire was in danger. The four great sects had also sent out countless experts to resist the attacks of the two empires. In Sky Dragon Empire's Sky Cloud sect, the Heavenly Dragon Empire's #1 genius, Li Lingtian, did not appear after entering the Heavenly Devil Canyon. Moreover, he had received countless news. Half a year ago, the Heavenly Devil Canyon opened again. When the experts who entered the Heavenly Devil Canyon left, a shocking battle occurred on the Heavenly Devil Mountain. No one knew which experts were fighting because no one dared to go and watch the battle. Even the martial monarch experts were shocked to death when faced with such a battle. Countless people in Sky Cloud sect suspected that someone had plotted against Li Lingtian during the battle on Demonic Mountain. Since there had been no news of Li Lingtian for half a year, he must have been plotted against. Although Li Lingtian was only a Tier 7 warrior king when he entered the Heavenly Devil Canyon, everyone had faith in his abilities. However, the battle that took place during that time was beyond the level of a martial arts grandmaster or martial emperor. Li Lingtian must have been assassinated. In Sky Cloud sect, countless disciples and powerhouses lamented Li Lingtian's death. On this day, the Sky Cloud sect erupted with a shocking drumbeat. This drumbeat was extremely urgent. All the disciples of the sect rushed to the Sky Cloud Square. What happened? What happened? This is the bell of the sect. It will only appear when the sect is destroyed. Could it be that someone has made a move against Sky Cloud sect? Even the other 3 sects in Sky Dragon Empire don't have the guts to do so. Hurry up! When the bell rings, we have to get to the Heavenly Cloud Square. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden, the entire Sky Cloud sect seemed to have turned upside down. Countless disciples flew towards Sky Cloud sect, and every disciple's face was filled with shock. Within 20 seconds, the entire Heavenly Cloud Square was packed with people. Tens of thousands of disciples had gathered here. All the martial king elders are here. Did something really happen? The grand elders of the martial arts grandmaster sect are all here. Something must have happened. The 11 martial arts sect elders have arrived. The sect master is here too. After countless disciples arrived, all the martial king realm elders stood on the steps. The 11 martial arts grandmaster realm experts also had solemn expressions on their faces. Boom! At this moment, a ripple appeared in the sky. A middle-aged man appeared in the air and landed on the steps. This time, we received concrete news that the 4 great sects of the Northern Nether Empire have joined forces to come to my Sky Cloud sect. Therefore, this is a critical moment for our Sky Cloud sect. Ling Tianfeng said loudly. His face was also solemn. He had never been so solemn before. Each of the 4 great sects of the Northern Nether Empire was several times stronger than Sky Cloud sect. The combined strength of the 4 great sects was obvious. What is it? The 4 great sects of the Northern Nether Empire have joined forces to attack our Sky Cloud sect. Tianjin Empire and the Southern Mountain Empire attacked the Heavenly Dragon, and the Northern Nether Empire attacked our Heavenly Cloud. Is Green Island really in chaos? The 4 sects have joined forces. Martial arts grandmasters and martial Emperors are not. Aren't the Green Jade sect, the Misty Pavilion, and the Vast sect going to support our Sky Cloud sect? They can't do anything about it. Moreover, they are still resisting the experts of Tianjin Empire and South Mountain Empire. There was a commotion below. The four sects had joined forces to attack Sky Cloud sect. What ability did Sky Cloud sect have to resist? As a disciple of Sky Cloud sect, even if one die, I must kill all the enemies. From now on, all Sky Cloud sect disciples are not allowed to leave Sky Cloud sect. The war has begun. Disciples below warrior spirit rank are not allowed to participate in the war. Ling Tianfeng said loudly. Warrior disciples did not have the strength to fight back at all. Only powerhouses who were warrior spirits and above could withstand these powerful warriors. Since they had traveled tens of thousands of miles, they should be experts above the Martial King realm. Everyone in Sky Cloud sect was in a state of panic. Martial King realm experts were responsible for patrolling, while martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors stopped cultivating and guarded Sky Cloud sect's grand array. The sect protection formation was activated, and an invisible formation protected the entire Sky Cloud sect in the sky. On this day, Li Lingtian arrived at Sky Cloud sect and was stunned when he saw the shocking array. What happened? This is Sky Cloud sect's sect protection formation. Could it be that a powerful enemy has come? Li Lingtian was shocked as he looked at the array before him. The power of this array could be considered a heaven-tier existence. Li Fire Xianyang formation. Li Lingtian recognized the array easily. He did not expect Sky Cloud sect to have such an array. The activation of this array required thousands of spirit stones every second. This was a devil that ate spirit stones. This young master will give you a transformation. Li Lingtian said calmly. With a flash, he quietly arrived at a hidden spot and cast a heaven and earth formation before he vanished. With a flick of his consciousness, the divine array diagram appeared in front of him. He closed his eyes slightly and began to think of a way to strengthen the Li Fire Xianyang array. After a moment, he opened his eyes and waved his hands continuously. He cast spells one after another, and a strange array plate appeared in front of him. This array plate was only an illusion. Heaven and earth as one. After doing everything, he waved his hand and the illusory disc array in front of him flew towards the Li Fire Mystic Yang formation in the sky. In an instant, the disc array disappeared. The Li Fire Xianyang formation did not move at all. At the same time, his body entered the array formation. The thunderclap wings flapped, and when he reappeared, he was already back on the sky peak. He looked at his territory. He hadn't been back for more than a year, but now he felt a wave of warmth, as if he had returned home. What happened? In the Divine Cloud Palace, Great Ancestor Ling Haoming was shocked. As a fourth-level martial emperor, his strength had reached an extreme. In Sky Dragon Empire, they were known as the 7 super experts. However, at this moment, their expressions were uncertain. Reporting to Great Ancestor, the sect's protective array shook just now. The spirit stones used by the core of the array guarded by me are only 1/10 of what they were before. However, but... Su Tianjiao stuttered. He was a Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster, and he was completely stunned by such a thing. But what? Ling Haoming asked hurriedly. His aura burst out, and all the warriors of the Divine Cloud Palace were terrified. 47 martial kings and 11 martial arts grandmasters were gathered in the Divine Cloud Palace. Other than 5 who were guarding the core of the array, the rest were all here. The power of the Li Fire Xianyang formation has not only not weakened, it has instead become several times stronger. Su Tianjiao saw the imposing manner of the Great Ancestor and quickly told him what he had discovered. He couldn't believe it himself. What? Is there such a thing? This is the Li Fire Xianyang formation. It's a heaven-grade formation. It's Sky Cloud sect's sect protection formation. Who moved the formation? Could it be that someone changed the formation? Impossible. The Li Fire Xianyang array is a heaven-grade array. Only a spiritual array master can change it. However, this array has already been activated. Even a spiritual array master can't change it. Even if it could be changed, it would cause a huge commotion. Only the legendary Holy Array Master could change this array without anyone noticing. However, Holy Array Masters do not exist in the Divine Martial Continent. Instantly, all the warriors in the hall were in an uproar, and all of them were discussing animatedly. After that, Ling Haoming's body flashed and he quickly left the Divine Cloud Palace. The other experts also flew away. Finally, they arrived at the highest peak of Sky Cloud Sect. When they saw the array formation in the sky, their expressions changed drastically. This was because this array was indeed more than 10 times stronger. Looking at the speed at which the array core consumed spirit stones, it was only 1/10 of the previous one. Could it really be a holy array master? What's going on? With this formation, we can safely survive this calamity. Looking at the strength of the array formation in the sky, all the martial artists exclaimed endlessly. This kind of thing was too strange. Not only did they not feel at ease, but they also increased their patrols. Sigh, if that kid was still here, Sky Cloud Sect would have a better chance of surviving. Great Ancestor Ling Mingho sighed. Although he didn't say his name, the martial artists here all knew who Great Ancestor was talking about. The #1 genius on the Sons of Heaven roll, a martial king, had killed a Tier 4 martial emperor, Baichen Wuyo. With the thunderclap wings and the sky sword, a genius like him could easily defeat a rank 5 martial emperor after reaching rank 7 martial king realm. On the Heavenly Universe peak, Tang Ziming would sit at the entrance of the Heavenly Universe Pavilion every time she was not cultivating. It had become a habit in the past year. She worked from the afternoon until late at night. The other 2 maids, Xiao Xiao and Qing Ping, as well as Lu Min, had also become accustomed to it. Big brother Ling Tian, Meng Meng knows that you're still alive. You'll definitely come back safely. Half a year ago, she was still filled with endless anticipation. However, half a year ago, when she received news of the battle at Omen Mountain, she was gradually panicking when Li Lingtian did not show up. She did not know what would happen to her if Li Lingtian was no longer around. Thinking back to the past, Li Lingtian's carefree appearance and his heaven-defying aptitude, her heart warmed. However, there was no news of the person she was concerned about. More than a year had passed. The original little beauty was now an 18-year-old peerless beauty. Her fair little hand held her chin as she looked at the small path of Tianyu Peak. Her sparkling tears rolled down uncontrollably, and her tear-stained appearance was extremely lovable. Chapter 172. Sky Cloud Sex Crisis. However, a white-robed figure appeared in his line of sight. The figure was getting closer and closer. The figure was still the same figure from more than a year ago, but he was much taller. More than a year ago he was a young man, but now he was a handsome and elegant young man. The elegant figure merged with the world, forming a unique scenery. Big brother Ling Tian. Tang Ziming was shocked. She looked at the figure and tears kept falling from her face, but she did not stand up. Because in her heart, this figure was just an illusion. She missed him too much, so she had an illusion. However, this figure was getting closer and closer, and it was becoming more and more real. The young man had a confident smile on his face, and this smile was more stable. Tang Ziming rubbed her eyes and stood up involuntarily. Even if this was an illusion, she was satisfied to be able to see him. Meng Meng. Li Lingtian's heart ached as he looked at the peerless girl before him. What else could he not be satisfied with to have such a beauty who would always care about him? This was a kind of wait, a long wait, and a long wait without hope. She called out gently, but her heart ached. She could no longer speak and tightly hugged the girl in her arms. Wow! Tang Ziming cried when she felt the real feeling. For the past 6 months, she had been suppressing herself and not letting herself cry. But now, she couldn't hold it in anymore. This feeling of reality made her feel that it wasn't an illusion. Feeling the sobbing of the person in his arms, Li Lingtian gently caressed her with his hands, silently comforting her. After more than 10 minutes, Tang Ziming gently lifted her head and looked at Li Lingtian seriously. Big brother Lingtian, you're really back. Mengming's so scared. Afraid that you won't be able to come back. Tang Ziming said softly. She was worried that she would turn into an illusion if she was not careful. Yes, I'm back. Li Lingtian reached out and gently caressed her delicate and perfect face. He wiped away the glistening tears as he felt guilty for making this girl worry. Some time ago, there were rumors that you died on Demonic Mountain. During the battle on Demonic Mountain, they said that you were assassinated, but Meng Meng didn't believe it. She believed that Big Brother Ling Tian would come back safely, so she waited here for Big Brother Ling Tian. Tang Ziming said softly. She could finally relax when she thought of the worry she had for more than a year and the despair she had for half a year. No matter what the rumors were, it was fine as long as her big brother Ling Tian returned safely. Come, let's go back. Li Lingtian said gently as he gently carried Tang Ziming towards the Tianyu Pavilion. When they arrived at the Tianyu Pavilion, the three maids watched him quietly. As they saw Li Lingtian return, they were excited but did not want to disturb Li Lingtian and Tang Ziming. Welcome back, young master. When the three maids saw that Li Lingtian had returned safely, they were extremely excited and greeted him politely. Following that, Li Lingtian and the others sat down in the courtyard of the Tianyu Pavilion. Four girls surrounded him and asked him to tell them what had happened in the past 6 months. Indeed. Half a year ago, when I left the Devil Canyon, one was attacked by a destructive pressure as soon as I came out. One didn't even have the chance to see the direction clearly. The continuous destructive attacks didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. That was not until the last strike that the phantom was finally killed. However, one was also seriously injured by the destruction and my meridians were broken. Li Lingtian slowly recounted the battle on Demonic Mountain. The four men's faces changed drastically as they listened. They did not expect that the shocking battle on Demonic Mountain was really Li Lingtian. Moreover, it was a Supreme's avatar. In the end, Li Lingtian was almost destroyed. Fortunately, they had returned safely. When they thought of the Wu Zun's clone and the attack that Li Lingtian was facing, the four of them were immersed in the scene. Their expressions changed as Li Lingtian was attacked. So the battle on Demonic Mountain was really Big Brother Lingtian. I didn't expect that he was a powerful warrior from the Dishi family of the Azure Continent. Fortunately, Young Master has returned safely. Young Master has also benefited from this misfortune. His cultivation has risen to martial arts grandmaster and he has become a true super expert. After the four of them heard about Li Lingtian's encounter, they gradually relaxed their tensed hearts. They were even happy that Li Lingtian's cultivation base had improved. What's going on with Sky Cloud Sect? When he returned, he discovered Sky Cloud Sect's Li Fire Xianyang Formation, the Martial King's Patrol, and the Sect's Aura. Without a doubt, something had happened. Big Brother Ling Tian was in the Heavenly Devil Canyon and stayed on Heavenly Devil Mountain for half a year. So he naturally doesn't know what happened in Green Province. The Tianjin Empire and the South Mountain Empire of the Green Continent have joined forces with the four mysterious families to attack the Sky Dragon Empire. Although the four mysterious families have not really attacked, they have already stood on the side of the Tianjin Empire. Sky Dragon Empire has already lost 13 cities. Now, the forces of Beiyu Empire are coming to attack Sky Cloud Sect. Hence, Sky Cloud Sect has activated the Sect Protection Array. Tang Ziming briefly told him about what had happened in Green Island. She had always been at Tianyu Peak and rarely left it. However, these things had been spread around outside, so she naturally got the news. The more chaotic, the better. Li Lingtian had a rough idea of the general situation in Green Continent after hearing that. The Sky Dragon Empire was the explosive point. The strength of the Sky Dragon Empire did not require the alliance of the Tianjin Empire and the South Mountain Empire. However, these forces had to join forces. There must be some conspiracy in the middle. However, this was also good. Since they wanted to wipe out the Heavenly Dragon, this Green Island would definitely be in chaos. In his opinion, the more chaotic it was, the better. This was beneficial to him. The more chaotic the better. Tang Ziming and the other three ladies were stunned. They did not understand what Li Lingtian meant. Sky Cloud's sect was about to be destroyed, but he still said that the more chaotic it was, the better. This was not Brother Lingtian's personality. After he finished speaking, he looked at Li Lingtian. Green Continent is going to be in chaos. They want to wipe out the Heavenly Dragon. So why don't the Heavenly Dragon unify Green Continent? Green Continent is too weak. Only by unifying it can we cultivate seriously. Li Lingtian spoke calmly as if he was having a meal. He did not notice the change in the four girls' expressions. The Heavenly Dragon unified the Azure Continent. To unify Green Continent. The four of them couldn't help but exclaim. The Heavenly Dragon was so weak that a super sect in Tianjin Empire could wipe it out. Furthermore, the entire Tianjin Empire and the Southern Mountain Empire had joined forces. There were also the four mysterious families and the Northern Nether Empire, who were also making a move against Sky Cloud sect. The Sky Dragon Empire could not hold on any longer. Now that Li Lingtian had claimed that the Sky Dragon Empire would unify the Azure Continent, they would definitely treat him as a lunatic if they did not understand him. That's right. Based on the current situation of the Heavenly Dragon, if we really fight, it will be overturned in half a month. However, with my existence, the Heavenly Dragon will not be wiped out. Li Lingtian's face was filled with confidence as his body exuded an invisible aura. The entire Green Continent joined forces to attack the Heavenly Dragon. Wasn't this the Island Chain War? In his previous life, his country was also like this, but he had no choice. He could only watch as some clowns were showing off. However, now that he had come to this world, he would definitely not let such a thing happen. Big Brother Lingtian is going to make a move. With your current cultivation base, there are not many people who can be your match. However, the forces in the entire Green Continent are extremely powerful. It's impossible to change the current situation of the Heavenly Dragon. The girls were shocked when they thought of Li Lingtian's strength. A martial king realm warrior could fight a martial royal realm warrior. Now that he was a martial grandmaster, he must be even more powerful. However, it was indeed too terrifying for all the forces in Green Island to join forces. Work hard and cultivate. When the time comes, I'll let you see what a great battle is. Li Lingtian did not explain further. With a smile on his face, he returned to his room to rest. As for Sky Cloud Sect's matter, he did not care about it at all. If he had not returned, Sky Dragon Empire would definitely be finished. However, since he had appeared, such a thing would not happen. After that, Li Lingtian did not appear again. Instead, he continued cultivating in the Tianyu Pavilion. He did not refine any more pills and instead focused on his cultivation. In his spare time, he would play with Tang Ziming and study the God's Array diagram whenever he had the chance. His desire for an aircraft carrier had reached a stage where he longed for it. It was just that some magical materials were very difficult to find. He would be able to turn his Heavenly Cloud spaceship into the first aircraft carrier. As the days passed, the crisis in Sky Dragon Empire became more and more serious. However, Li Lingtian dared not leave Sky Peak. If he left Tianyu Peak, Sky Cloud Sect would be finished. He did have the ability to build another Grand Array. This Grand Array could be 100 times stronger than the Li Fire Shenyang Array, but he could not control this Grand Array, let alone the materials needed to set up the array. On this day, while the group was resting in the courtyard, Li Lingtian's expression froze for a moment before it turned into excitement. In his divine sense, he could see hundreds of figures flying over at high speed from 500 miles away. Moreover, the auras of these figures were all incomparably powerful. The lowest rank was a martial king, and there were many martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors among them. It's here, it's finally here. Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face as if he was waiting for a feast. Tang Ziming and the rest had lesser divine perception than Li Lingtian, so they could not detect anything. However, judging from Li Lingtian's expression, it was likely that the enemy had arrived. They did not know how confident Li Lingtian was in killing the powerhouse, but they trusted him from the bottom of their hearts. Boom! Sky Cloud sect also exploded. The bell rang. 47 martial kings and 11 martial grandmasters floated in the air. In the middle was great ancestor Ling Haoming. All the warrior spirit disciples had a grave look on their faces. They knew that this was a great calamity that would destroy them. However, as Sky Cloud sect disciples, they would not escape even if they died. The air trembled and a series of air-piercing sounds rang out. Hundreds of figures appeared 5 kilometers away from Sky Cloud sect and floated steadily in the air. Chapter 173. A Shocking Sword. Li Lingtian stood on Tianyu Peak with a faint smile on his face. He was also shocked. Sky Cloud sect had actually attracted so many experts. They really thought highly of Sky Cloud sect. 9 martial emperors, 33 martial grandmasters, and 60 martial kings. He didn't care about martial arts grandmasters or martial kings, but he felt a little troubled by the 3 martial emperors. Among these martial emperors, 5 were at the 3rd level, 1 was at the 4th level, 2 were at the 5th level, and 1 was at the 6th level. Such a powerful lineup shocked all the Sky Cloud sect warriors. 9 martial emperors, 33 martial grandmasters, and the rest are all martial kings. Such a formation, could it be that they want to wipe out Sky Cloud sect? Even if it's a formation, it won't be able to hold out for long. Tens of thousands of disciples had shocked expressions on their faces. The elders in the sky also had solemn expressions. The other party had actually sent so many experts. Could it be that they wanted to wipe out Sky Cloud sect? Or was there something else that could be done? Or was it to wipe out the super sects of Sky Dragon Empire? This way, they could wipe out the backing of Sky Dragon Empire and Sky Dragon Empire would collapse. Ling Haoming, open the array. As long as Sky Cloud sect surrenders and hands over the Sky Cloud sword, we can let the disciples of Sky Cloud sect go. Otherwise, we will slaughter everyone in Sky Cloud sect. Let's go. The leader of the group, a 5th-level martial emperor, said loudly. Then, everyone spread out and formed a powerful pressure circle. A shocking pressure continuously filled the space. However, with the Li Fire Xianyang formation, they could not enter Sky Cloud sect for the time being. Lanling Tower. Heaven's Roar sect. One didn't expect that they would actually ally with others to come to my Sky Cloud sect. Is your Lanling Tower that pathetic? Aren't you afraid of the iron law of the Holy Capital and the Immortal Palace? Great ancestor Ling Haoming's heart was also like dead ashes. Facing these powerhouses, he did not have any confidence at all. He was not afraid of a rank 3 martial emperor, but he had no chance against a rank 5 or rank 6 martial emperor. Moreover, the tens of thousands of Sky Cloud sect disciples would be destroyed by the war. As long as one of the other party's experts restrained him, Sky Cloud sect would be finished. He could only use the Holy Capital and Immortal Palace to suppress the other party. If the other party was not even afraid of the iron law of the Holy Capital and the Immortal Palace, it would be the time for Sky Cloud sect to be destroyed. Haha, Ling Haoming, the Saint Capital is far away in the Divine Continent, and the Immortal Palace is also in the Divine Continent. Do you think they will interfere in the matters of the Green Continent? The strong are respected. Even if we wipe out your Sky Cloud sect, they won't say anything. Dong Fengyu laughed loudly, and the warriors behind her also laughed. At this time, they still wanted to use the Saint Capital to suppress them. Wasn't this a joke? Dong Fengyu was a 5th-level martial emperor, and was one of the strongest among the martial emperors this time. The other 5th-level martial emperor was also the Lanling Tower's Heaven's Roar sect who had started speaking. As for the other super expert, he was the Northern Yin cult's cult master, Shimen Xian, a 6th-level martial emperor. So you don't take the iron rules of the Holy Capital seriously. The Sky Sword is no longer in our hands. You have made the wrong decision. Even if it is in our hands, we will not give it to you. Ling Haoming said indifferently. Since the other party did not even care about the iron law of the Holy Capital Immortal Palace, it seemed that Sky Cloud sect had reached its end. In that case, let's wait for us to break this array and slaughter your Sky Cloud sect. The Heaven's Roar sect said sinisterly. With a wave of a hand, all the martial kings and martial grandmasters immediately unleashed their weapons, and powerful attacks bombarded the Leaf Fire Xianyang formation. Rumble. Rumble. A series of earth-shattering explosions rang out. Every time there was an explosion, the warriors in Sky Cloud sect would feel a powerful impact. Even though the array formation was there to block the attacks, the power of the attacks from dozens of martial kings and martial grandmasters was still earth-shattering. Some martial artists were knocked out by the attack. Ling Tianfeng and the others watched all the experts attack the grand array with grave expressions. However, while he was solemn, he was also puzzled. He did not know who had strengthened this array to be able to withstand the attacks of so many experts. This power was even more powerful than what was recorded in the Sky Cloud sect's ancient records. Seconds passed by. The 5 martial arts grandmasters guarding the array kept casting spells to stabilize the array. However, under the attacks of all the experts, the array began to fluctuate. This formation can only last for 10 minutes at most. After 10 minutes, Sky Cloud sect's disaster will descend. This will be a test of their cohesiveness. Li Lingtian was on Tianyu Peak as he looked at the array formation's fluctuations in the distance. He muttered to himself as he lay on the chair and rested his head on Tang Ziming's lap. He had a look of enjoyment on his face. Big brother Ling Tian has a way to deal with them. Tang Ziming said softly as she massaged Li Lingtian's head with her fair hands. She was shocked that brother Ling Tian was not afraid at all in the face of so many powerhouses. "They're just a few ants," Li Lingtian said calmly. He thought of the great battle on Demonic Mountain and the superpower houses like Tianhao. These martial emperors were nothing more than ants. The true experts were not here, so he naturally did not take them seriously. As expected, Li Lingtian was right. The Leaf Fire Xianyang array was destroyed and the shocking array vanished. Sky Cloud sect was exposed to all the experts like a flock of lambs facing a pack of wolves. "Kill them." The Heavens Roars sect waved a hand, and instantly, all the ancient martial art practitioners charged towards Sky Cloud sect. Martial King and Martial Grandmaster powerhouses were like wolves in a flock of sheep when facing Sky Cloud sect disciples. All rumble. Rumble. A series of earth-shattering explosions and miserable cries rang out as countless low-level disciples were instantly killed. Sky Cloud sect's martial arts grandmaster and Ling Haoming also joined the battle. However, they were immediately surrounded by martial royal realm experts. In terms of numbers, they had already lost to the sea. Time passed by, and countless disciples died every second. The entire Sky Cloud sect was in a mess. However, none of the disciples managed to escape. The warrior spirit disciples' attacks were nothing but a tickle in front of a martial king. Light of God, destroy. Countless disciples were killed by martial kings and martial arts grandmasters. A dozen martial arts grandmasters were also restrained by 33 powerhouses. Ling Haoming kept unleashing shocking attacks, but he was suppressed by the Heavens Roars sect and Dongfang Yu. It was simply a cat toying with a mouse. Right at this moment, the Heavens Roars sect let out a soft shout. The true essence in their entire bodies circulated, and a shocking light appeared. The appearance of this light enveloped the entire Sky Cloud sect. The light carried a destructive power as it pressed down on Sky Cloud sect. All. In front of this destructive light, countless Sky Cloud sect disciples were crushed to death by the pressure, and cries of despair sounded. Ha 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 ha, that ha 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 ha. Sky Cloud sect is history now. No one can take the Sky Cloud sword away. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Sky Cloud sect's disciples dying one after another, Heavens Roars sect burst into laughter. The other martial royal realm experts also burst into laughter. They all knew that no one in Sky Cloud sect could obtain the Sky Cloud sword. The Sky Cloud sword was naturally still there. As long as this strike landed, Sky Cloud sect would be reduced to ruins. Sigh, there are always some ants in this world who don't know what's good for them. An ethereal voice sounded. The voice was calm, but amidst the shocking light and countless screams and laughter, this voice was very conspicuous. His voice was like a dragon's roar. The calmness of his voice stunned all the martial artists. Just as he was stunned, a destructive sword light appeared in the sky. Compared to the shocking light, the sword light was like an ant and an elephant. However, the appearance of this sword light caused a destructive pressure to erupt between heaven and earth. The pressure directly suppressed all martial artists below the martial arts grandmaster level. Rumble! The shocking light disappeared like the spring sun melting snow. Immediately after, that destructive sword light slashed towards the heavens roars sect with indomitable will. The world was silent. This sword light was like a celestial being from outer space, cutting through time and space, becoming eternal and instant. Ah! The sound of blood spurting appeared. Heaven's roars sect spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The destructive pressure had already shattered his mind before the sword light arrived. At the same time that blood spurted out, the destructive sword light also arrived in front of them. All the martial artists were stunned by the style of this sword. The sword light ignored the martial monarch's defense and directly split the heavens roars sect into two halves. A miserable cry became the final wail of the Tier 5 martial monarch heavens roars sect. The sword light came and went even faster. The sword chi between heaven and earth disappeared, and the sword light was no longer seen. The entire process only took a short moment. In that moment, a sword light changed the life of a martial emperor. This instant changed the fate of tens of thousands of Sky Cloud sect disciples. This is the sword howl of the heavens and earth. Sword howl of heaven and earth executed by the Tianyu sword. It's him. It's him. Only he has such a domineering attack. Why is he in Sky Cloud sect? Didn't he fall on Demonic Mountain? It's the Sky Pavilion Master. It's senior brother Ling Tian. Sky Cloud sect was filled with exclamations as if they had seen hope. A sword ray had saved them from despair just now, allowing them to see hope. Seeing such a terrifying sword light, everyone thought of one person. That was the #1 genius on the prodigy roll, young Master Ling Tian. It was only rumored that young Master Ling Tian had fallen on Demonic Mountain, so why would he appear in Sky Cloud sect? Moreover, this sword light came from Sky Cloud sect's Sky Cloud Peak. What a terrifying sword light! Could it be a Supreme Realm expert? This sword light, even the Heavens Roars sect can't receive it. How is it possible? Sky Cloud sect has such an expert. Didn't he fall? The experts of the Northern Nether Empire were all terrified. In front of this sword light, they were like ants. Even a rank 5 martial emperor was like this. He was a rank 3 martial emperor, a martial arts grandmaster and a martial king. How could he possibly withstand this attack? Northern Nether Empire, Lonling Tower, Northern Een Cult, Heaven Roar, Sect, Green Wind Sect. Not bad at all. The calm voice sounded again. A figure floated in the air like a god looking down at all living beings. His figure was elegant and unrestrained, and his entire body emitted a faint aura. His face was calm and relaxed. Li Ling Tian. Li Ling Tian. Young noble Ling Tian. Senior brother Ling Tian. It really is him. All the warriors, including Sky Cloud sect's warriors, exclaimed when they saw the young man in white in the sky. Their expressions were different. Sky Cloud sect's warriors were all excited, but the Northern Nether Empire's warriors had solemn expressions. Chapter 174. The Terror of the Ice Flame. Wu Zong. I've actually reached Wu Zong. It was unknown who cried out in surprise. Everyone immediately realized Li Lingtian's cultivation realm. An 18-year-old martial arts grandmaster. Wasn't this too heaven-defying? If it were any other martial arts grandmaster, the martial royal powerhouses would not even look at them and kick them away like trash. However, they could not help but be shocked when Li Lingtian reached the martial arts grandmaster level. 2 years ago, when Li Lingtian was still a martial king, he had already killed Beichen Wuyo, a Tier 4 martial emperor. Now that he was a martial grandmaster, they could not imagine how powerful he was. Thinking back to the sword light just now, He directly split a rank 5 martial emperor into two. Uncle Master, let's leave quickly. Young Master Tianhao of the Divine Continent and Young Master Ming Qingfeng of the Azure Continent are also respectful to him. We can't afford to offend them. A Tier 7 martial arts grandmaster middle-aged man from the Northern Nether Empire said softly. He had witnessed Tianhao and Qingfeng Ming being polite to Li Lingtian in the Heavenly Devil Canyon. Even a supreme powerhouse like him was polite to Li Lingtian. It was evident how domineering Li Lingtian was. Although his voice was soft, many experts from the Northern Nether Empire and Sky Cloud sect heard him. Frightened. There was an uproar. Even the legendary Divine Continent super genius was respectful to Li Lingtian. What kind of concept was that? The third-level martial royal realm expert beside him had an ugly expression on his face. He knew how powerful Tianhao was. Even he could not fight back. Since you're here, stay and play. Ever since the battle at the demonic mountain, I haven't made a move. You can choose any method. As long as you can escape from my hands, I can spare you. Otherwise, all of your sects and families will be uprooted and not a single one will be left alive. Li Lingtian floated in the air as he walked down step by step. It was as if there was a ladder in the air. His movement technique was so mystical that all the powerhouses were stunned. In the air, even if a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse could fly, he could not walk on flat ground. Li Lingtian's movement technique earlier was akin to walking down a flight of stairs. Li Lingtian stopped in front of Shimin Xian and the others with a faint smile on his face. A fist-sized flame in his hand was constantly changing its shape. This flame was purple-blue in color. Although it was a flame, it carried a shocking chill. This chill made even martial arts grandmasters tremble. Ice flame. Many experts recognized it, and their expressions changed. The icy frost flame was the most terrifying flame in the world, but it was also the most terrifying ice. He did not expect Li Lingtian to have the icy frost flame in his hands. Moreover, he was playing with the icy frost flame as if it was anything. What kind of concession was this? The icy frost flame could turn a martial arts grandmaster into ashes. Every warrior feared it like a tiger, but Li Lingtian was toying with it. His tone was calm, but it made all the martial artists tremble from the bottom of their hearts. They were uprooted, leaving no one alive. When he said the last 8 words, the tone of each word was a lot heavier. Arrogant. He's just a mere Wu Zong. Shimin Xian couldn't keep his face up any longer. Ever since this young man appeared, the world had revolved around him and he had become the focus of tens of thousands of martial artists. He was a 6th-level martial emperor, one of the top few in Green Continent. However, he had turned into a pustule in front of this young man. Am1 arrogant. Li Lingtian smiled as he looked at a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse from the Beiyu Empire and asked indifferently. Not arrogant. The martial arts grandmaster who was asked could not help but answer. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the air paused. All the martial artists of Sky Cloud sect could not help but laugh. Everyone, disperse. This is the end of the matter. There is no big battle to watch. They will disappoint you. Remember, you are disciples of Sky Cloud sect. Only when you are strong will you have a chance to protect yourself. What iron law? It's only for the weak. For the strong, the iron law can be ignored. In this world, only you can save yourself. Li Lingtian maintained a smile on his face as he spoke to the disciples below. With a wave of his hand, he motioned for Sky Cloud sect's Martial King and Martial sect to leave. It was impossible for a great battle to occur at this place. They were just some trash. They were not worthy of talking about a big war. Forget it. Hand over the Tianyu sword and I can leave. Otherwise, this matter won't be over just like that. You're just a martial arts grandmaster. What do you think you are? Shimin Xian said coldly. He did not understand what Li Lingtian meant. Not only him, but all the warriors present did not know what Li Lingtian meant. You motherfucker. You're really shameless. You'd want me to scold you. What I mean is that you guys are not worthy of fighting me. In my eyes, you guys are just ants. Since a dragon can fight ants, I'll just slap you guys to death. He really doesn't know what he looks like. Who does he think he is? The smile on Li Lingtian's face vanished as he cursed loudly. His words had stunned everyone. Immediately, everyone was shocked. So this young man actually ignored these experts so much. Good. Die. Shimin Xian was completely enraged. He couldn't care less about anything else. He had actually been played and he didn't even know what had happened. This was really humiliating. With that, a shocking pressure burst out from his body. The pressure of a 6th-level martial emperor tore the space apart. All the experts of the Northern Nether Empire quickly retreated. The Sky Cloud Sex warriors were also worried. This battle had actually evolved into a battle between a 6th-level martial emperor Shimin Xian and young master Ling Tian. I've already said that you don't deserve to be beaten up by me. Since you like to fight so much, I'll let you have your fill today. I'll make sure that you don't want to fight for the rest of your life. Li Lingtian looked at the pressure in the air. This 6th-level martial emperor's pressure was much weaker than Dishi Nanyang's. After saying that, he raised his hand and activated his divine sense. The space trembled slightly. A silver-winged flying dragon appeared in the air, and its terrifying demonic power collided with Shimin Xian's. Silver-winged flying dragon. How did the silver-winged flying dragon reach level 7? For a moment, tens of thousands of martial artists were shocked. This silver-winged flying dragon was only at the 4th level of the 5th step 2 years ago. The advancement of demonic beasts was originally 10,000 times more difficult than that of humans, but now it had actually reached the 7th level of the 5th step. Even a rank 8 martial emperor would not dare to provoke a rank 5, level 7 silver-winged flying dragon. Now, a rank 6 martial emperor was facing a rank 5, level 7 silver-winged flying dragon. He was really looking for trouble. Cripple him. If necessary, kill him. Li Lingtian said to the silver-winged flying dragon. Upon hearing his words, all the warriors' expressions changed drastically. Who were these people? They had crippled a tier 6 martial emperor. It was time to kill them. He could do the same to a super expert at the 6th level of the martial emperor realm, but he actually treated the 6th level of the martial emperor realm as a child. Roar! Rumble! Li Lingtian, you motherfucker, you're too despicable. You bastard, you will die a horrible death. Rumble. Roar. As the battle began, the world was shocked. Li Lingtian watched from the side. The silver-winged flying dragon was the king in the sky. In an instant, the two powerful beings were engaged in a great battle in the sky. From time to time, Shimin Xian's curses could be heard, as well as the sounds of attacks. He likes to fight, and I can see that you guys like to fight too. This young master will be gentle once. As long as you can withstand one of my moves, you can escape. If you can't even take one move, then you're trash. I don't want you to insult the dignity of martial artists. Li Lingtian watched the battle in the sky before he turned to look at the remaining warriors. Wherever his gaze passed, all the warriors lowered their noble heads. Young noble Lingtian, this is a misunderstanding. Just treat us like dogs and let us go. A martial king's heart trembled and his face turned ashen. If a rank 6 martial emperor was defeated, they would have no hope. One move, what kind of words was this? The Heavens Roars sect was split into 2 halves by a sword. Who still dared to receive one move? Fuck off. It feels good to kill my Sky Cloud sect disciples. I'll die. Li Lingtian cursed and waved his hand. A strange 3-foot-long weapon appeared in his empty hand and the temperature in the air dropped instantly. In an instant, the space within 5 miles turned into a glacier. Dozens of martial kings were trapped in the glacier. In the blink of an eye, the glacier disappeared, and dozens of martial kings lost their lives. You guys can escape. If you wait until his battle is over, you won't have the chance. Li Lingtian looked at the 33 martial arts grandmaster powerhouses and spoke coldly. He put away Glacier's rift in his hand and the ball of frost flame was still spinning. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Li Lingtian finished speaking, the 33 martial arts grandmasters had already dashed out. The 33 martial arts grandmasters scattered and fled for their lives. In that case, no matter how powerful Li Lingtian was, he would not be able to capture everyone at once. However, to everyone's surprise, Li Lingtian did not move. Instead, he had a cruel smile on his face as he tossed the icy frost flame in his hand, and it split into 33 icy frost flames. The 33 icy frost flames seemed to have a mind of their own as they quickly flew towards the 33 martial arts grandmasters. All! A scream sounded from 10 miles away. After the scream, there was no longer any aura. Just as the scream was heard, a purplish-blue light spot flew toward Li Lingtian from the sky. The purplish-blue light spot returned to Li Lingtian's hand. When everyone saw it clearly, their expressions changed. It was actually a cold ice flame. It was one of the 33 cold ice flames. In other words, this cold ice flame had returned after killing a martial arts grandmaster. All. Screams were heard one after another. After each scream, a bluish-purple light spot returned to Li Lingtian's hand. The frost flame in Li Lingtian's hand grew larger. After the last scream, the bluish-purple light spot returned. The icy frost flame in Li Lingtian's hand had also returned to its original size. Moreover, the icy frost flame was clearly more powerful than before. After Li Lingtian returned to Tianyu Peak, although he did not dare to refine the icy frost flame, he managed to subdue it. This icy frost flame was only 1/10,000th of all the icy frost flames. Moreover, this icy frost flame could transform into countless streaks. After absorbing the martial artist's true essence, the ice flame became even more powerful. Chapter 175. Submit. 1. This. The powerhouses in the Sky Cloud sect disciples, witnessed the 33 martial arts grandmaster powerhouses being killed in a split second without Li Lingtian making a move. This kind of elegance made people extremely envious. The person who came was a Wu Zong, but he was actually killed just like that. The martial emperors of the Northern Nether Empire could no longer maintain their expressions. Li Lingtian, how dare you kill a disciple of the Sky Howl sect? Aren't you afraid of a war between Sky Cloud sect and the Sky Howl sect? When Cheng Yu, a third-level martial emperor, saw that all the martial arts grandmasters had been killed, he became furious and completely forgot about his current situation. Do you have the qualifications to fight? Look in the mirror and see what kind of trash you are. Since you want to fight, I'll let you fight to your heart's content. Li Lingtian smiled. When he was finishing his sentence, he glanced at the silver-winged flying dragon and Shimen Xian in the sky. Screams and curses could be heard from above. He could imagine that a 6th-level martial emperor, the sect leader of the Northern Yin cult, was beaten to such a state. He was really unlucky. Boom! The sky trembled again, and a huge jade-eyed beast appeared in the air. Although the powerful demonic aura was not as strong as the silver-winged flying dragon, it was enough to shock a martial royal realm expert. 4th rank. Level 9. There was another wave of exclamations. Although a 4th-tier level 9 demonic beast was not as powerful as a martial emperor, the strength of the demonic beast was not something that a martial emperor would dare to easily attack. A 4th order, 9th grade demonic beast. Don't tell me you want to use it against me? When Cheng Yu saw the jade-eyed beast, he was also shocked. However, he quickly came back to his senses. He was a 3rd-level martial emperor, so he would be afraid of a martial ancestor-level demonic beast. However, what happened next made him feel regret. This 4th-step 9th-level jade-eyed beast actually attacked fiercely and fought with all his might. The powerful demonic power carried a mysterious aura, which was enough for him to focus on dealing with the jade-eyed beast. Rumble. Rumble. In the sky, 2 groups of people were engaged in battle. Originally, Sky Cloud sect would be destroyed in the blink of an eye if the Beiyu Empire came to invade. But now it had become like this. A few martial emperors stood aside, and Sky Cloud sect's martial artists were all watching from afar. Li Lingtian was hovering in the air as well, but the 2 demonic beasts were suppressing the 2 powerful martial emperors. I'll give you 1 minute. Either surrender or die. If you have the ability to escape, you can try. Or do you want to see my true strength? Li Lingtian's gaze fell on the other 6 martial emperors. One of them had been killed by the Heaven's Roars sect, one of the silver-winged flying dragons was suppressed, and one of the jade-eyed beasts was tied down. There were 6 left and it was time to finish them off. Seconds passed by, and the battle in the sky had come to an end. Shimen Xian, a 6th-level martial emperor, had fallen. He had been beaten up by the silver-winged flying dragon, and not a single part of his body was intact. The silver-winged flying dragon returned to Li Lingtian's side and tossed a storage pouch over. Its fist-sized eyes stared at the 6 martial emperors. Dong Feng Yu. Li Lingtian's expression turned cold. Since these martial emperors refused to submit, he had no choice but to kill them all. If they dared to invade Sky Cloud sect, they had to be mentally prepared to be killed. In this world the strong were respected. If he was only a warrior and did not return, Sky Cloud sect would definitely be finished, and so would he. After saying that, the ice flame in his hand disappeared and was replaced by a ball of flame and a ball of ice in his hand. After the 2 extreme attributes appeared, a deathly aura and a destructive aura appeared between heaven and earth. Originally, ice and fire attributes did not have such an aura. However, these 2 extreme attributes appeared on one person. The 2 hands merged together, and the 2 extreme attributes fused together. The space between heaven and earth trembled. Iced fire 9 heavens, 2nd heaven, destruction. With a calm expression on his face, he pushed out with 1 hand and 2 hands. A 3-colored light burst out. The light pillar ignored the distance of space and instantly bombarded Dong Feng Yu. The whole process seemed slow, but it only took an instant. Even Dong Feng Yu, who was a 5th-level martial emperor, couldn't use her powerful defense and attack to resist it. Rumble! With a shocking explosion, the destructive power spread out in all directions. The space trembled, and the remaining 5 martial emperors hurriedly retreated. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the fear in his eyes turned ashen. Then, his body quickly fell into the air. The destructive power of the 2nd heaven of iced fire, 9 heavens directly shattered the body of a martial emperor. In the sky, there were 5 martial emperors left. One was a rank 4 martial emperor, and the other 4 were rank 3 martial kings. When they saw what was happening, they were shocked beyond words. At first, Li Lingtian had killed the Heaven's Roars sect with a single strike. However, after Li Lingtian came out, he did not make another move. He relied on the demonic beast and the frost blaze. The few martial emperors gradually had the thought of killing Li Lingtian. However, it was the first time they had witnessed Li Lingtian killing a tier 5 martial emperor like Dong Feng Yu with a casual strike. We surrender. I am willing to submit. Point 1 Also submit. The 5 martial emperors no longer had the courage to drag this on. If they had been any later, Li Lingtian's ice fire 9 heavens would have bombarded them. I also submit. In the sky, the jade-eyed beast was suppressing Chang Yu's attack. Seeing that all the martial emperors on his side had surrendered and those who had not surrendered had already died, he could only submit. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. They did not expect that Li Lingtian would not make him submit. It's too late. You don't have the qualifications to submit. Die! Li Lingtian said coldly. With a wave of his hand, a bluish-purple frost flame shot into the sky before he ignored Chang Yu. With a scream, the frost ice flame returned to Li Lingtian's hand. Chang Yu was already dead. Hand over a soul, a fragment, and a drop of blood essence. Li Lingtian said coldly without leaving any room for negotiation. Since they were going to submit, he would not let them have the chance to betray him. In the ancient devil's memories, there was a magical and vicious spell called the soul-extinguishing spell. This soul-extinguishing spell could destroy the opponent's consciousness. It could also wipe away the opponent's soul and extract the opponent's memories. This kind of magic was vicious, but very few people used it. After controlling the other party's soul, essence, and blood essence, no matter how powerful the other party was, he could not escape his will. If the other party had any evil thoughts, he only needed to cast a spell to kill him 1,000 miles away. There was no other way. Since they had already submitted, they could only be manipulated. After offering their blood essence and souls, Li Lingtian waved his hand and dismissed the martial emperors. Li Lingtian was the only one left in the sky. The Sky Cloud sect powerhouses watched from afar. Everything had changed drastically. A young man who was a martial arts grandmaster had easily resolved all of this. Even the martial emperors of the martial arts sect had fallen here. Even the remaining few had submitted. After the martial emperors left, Sky Cloud sect erupted in cheers. Li Lingtian had single-handedly taken on all the martial emperors and played them like a fool. Throughout the entire battle, Li Lingtian had the upper hand. No matter how powerful his opponent was, he could only passively take a beating. After the Great Tribulation, you should understand a principle, that is, the strong are respected. Only when you are strong can you be the reason. In this world, fists are the reason. Li Lingtian approached Sky Cloud sect's Ling Haoming and the others step by step. After greeting the powerhouses, he flew toward Tianyu Peak. A few powerful demonic beasts also disappeared from the Tianyu Peak. Disciple will follow your instructions. Tens of thousands of Sky Cloud sect disciples replied respectfully. They were all extremely respectful when facing a young man because this young man was an existence that they could not match up to. He was also an expert who saved the entire Sky Cloud sect and resolved the calamity with his own strength. When Li Lingtian returned to Tianyu Peak, he saw Tang Ziming and the others waiting there. One didn't expect Brother Lingtian's strength to have already reached this stage. At that time, he'll definitely be able to save sister. Tang Ziming said happily as she threw herself into Li Lingtian's arms. We all have to work hard on our cultivation. It will take some time to solve the problem in the Green Continent. After we solve the problem in the Green Continent, we will go to the Azure Continent and see how powerful the Dishi family is. Li Lingtian held Tang Ziming in his arms while the three maidservants followed behind happily. They were in Sky Cloud sect and would be killed if Sky Cloud sect was not around. Now that Li Lingtian had resolved Sky Cloud sect's crisis, he was naturally excited. Li Lingtian and the others returned to the Tianyu Pavilion and resumed their normal cultivation. As for the attack on Sky Cloud sect, no one had expected such an outcome. As the 5 martial emperors who left had been subdued by Li Lingtian, they dared not tell anyone. In Sky Cloud sect, no one bothered Li Lingtian after he returned to Tianyu Peak. However, countless Sky Cloud sect disciples were secretly celebrating. They were celebrating that Sky Cloud sect had a heaven-defying expert and a heaven-defying monster. Li Lingtian's status was already like a god in the hearts of countless disciples. In their hearts, there was nothing Li Lingtian could not do and no one could defeat him. The Sky Sword is already in his hands. In the future, as long as there are no external forces interfering with Sky Cloud sect, no one will dare to cause trouble in Sky Cloud sect. He's right. Only by becoming stronger can we protect ourselves. In this world, the strong are respected, and fists are the law. Pass down my order. Sky Cloud sect disciples should work hard in their cultivation. Those with talent should be specially nurtured. This was the first time Ling Haoming had given orders in the past 100 years. This time, he finally understood what it meant to be a powerhouse. He had lived for hundreds of years and reached the 4th level of the martial emperor realm, becoming one of the 7 heavenly dragon experts. He thought that he was already a powerhouse, but today, he saw that an 18-year-old youth had achieved something that he could not achieve. In just a few years, this young man had already advanced from a martial apprentice to a martial grandmaster. He was capable of killing a Tier 5 martial emperor. This time, if not for this young man, Sky Cloud sect would have been gone. Sky Cloud sect had already become history. With the existence of this young man, Sky Cloud sect had to speed up its cultivation and truly become powerful. Chapter 176. Shifting Flowers to Trees. 1 foot 11 inches handle this matter myself. The experts he killed this time were all super experts of the Beiyu Empire in the Green Continent. The Beiyu Empire will definitely not let this matter go so easily. We have to be on guard. Ling Tianfeng nodded. Ling Haoming was his father, and Sky Cloud sect had been managed by the Ling family for generations. As long as the Empire of Beiyu isn't a fool, they won't invade us again. They're mainly worried about that old monster from Cloud Sky Mountain. If that old monster is in a bad mood, no one in the entire Green Continent can stop him. When Ling Haoming mentioned that old monster, his face revealed a terrified expression. In Green Continent, martial emperors were indeed invincible. But it was only after that old monster went into seclusion that they could be called invincible. 300 years ago, the old monster of Cloud Sky Mountain was already a second-level martial honored realm expert. One could imagine his strength. However, after he appeared 300 years ago, he went into seclusion and never appeared again. At that time, that old monster had suppressed 27 super martial emperors in Tianjin Empire with one move. Martial emperors were like ants in front of martial honors. Those below the martial emperor realm could only be divided into several levels. However, when one reached the martial honored realm, each level was called the Great Heaven. The first level of the martial honored realm was the same as the first level of the martial emperor realm. This heaven represented the difference in strength. Every heaven was a world of difference. A difference of one heaven was a difference of one world. There was no comparison between them. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not know about this. If he did, he would not be so afraid of the revered martial artist's clone. In front of a supreme realm expert, even a martial monarch realm expert was just a group of ants. It was like a nest of ants. At most, they could not compete with a crushing machine. No matter how many ants there were, they would only be crushed and would not cause any damage to the crushing machine. It was the same between a martial emperor and a martial honor. Similarly, there was a huge difference between a first-level martial honor and a second-level martial honor. In general, the difference between a first-level martial honored realm and a second-level martial honored realm was like the difference between a first-level martial ancestor and a first-level martial emperor. One could imagine how terrifying the power after the martial honored realm was. Before the martial emperor realm, it was just strength. However, after the martial honored realm, all kinds of magical almighty techniques and magical skills appeared. The power of a martial emperor realm expert was simply unimaginable. That old monster has been living in seclusion in the Cloud Sky Mountain for 300 years. He should be cultivating some kind of mysterious cultivation technique. All these years have passed, so I believe he won't appear during this period of time. Ling Tianfeng's expression was grave. The other martial arts grandmasters also had ugly expressions on their faces. When it came to martial honors, martial emperors and martial arts grandmasters were all afraid. Let's not bother about him now. Take care of Sky Cloud sect. Ling Haoming pondered for a while, then left the Divine Cloud Palace and flew towards the depths of Sky Cloud sect. At Tianyu Peak, Li Lingtian had been cultivating non-stop, comprehending all kinds of skills and alchemy techniques while consuming purple jade pills to improve his cultivation base. Tang Ziming's strength had also reached rank 4 Martial King realm, and her 3 maids had also reached the Martial King realm. On this day, Li Lingtian's face was filled with excitement as he called Tang Ziming and the others outside the Tianyu pavilion. Big brother Lingtian, you look so happy. What's the matter? Let's be happy too. Tang Ziming asked in a coquettish voice when she saw Li Lingtian's excited expression. The other 3 maids were also looking at him curiously. I've cultivated a new skill. Try attacking me with your full strength. Li Lingtian said earnestly. He was extremely excited to have cultivated such a skill because it was extremely magical. Big brother Lingtian, be careful. Tang Ziming was well aware of Li Lingtian's strength. Even a martial emperor could not defeat him. Her cultivation base was no different from scratching an itch. With that said, he circulated his true qi and unleashed a powerful attack at Li Lingtian. A Tier 4 warrior king's might was nothing in front of Li Lingtian. However, in the divine martial continent, a warrior king was considered a minor expert. With a single blow, the air whistled as the powerful attack arrived before Li Lingtian in the blink of an eye. The 4 ladies were astonished as Li Lingtian did not move at all. He allowed the force to attack him. However, at that moment, Li Lingtian's protective barrier flashed and he shouted softly. Shifting flowers and grafting trees, heaven and earth great shift. The attack landed on Li Lingtian's protective barrier but strangely, it was diverted elsewhere. Boom! With a loud explosion, a stone with a radius of 1 meter was blasted into pieces. The attack had completely changed its direction. It was clearly aimed at Li Lingtian but it ended up behind Tang Ziming and the others. The 4 girls were stunned for a moment. Li Lingtian's strength had shocked them, but the miraculous transformation just now had them even more stunned. Yes, it's indeed magical. Li Lingtian was elated when he saw the power of the transposition of flowers and trees he had cultivated. His opponent was only a warrior king, and he could not test the power of the transposition of flowers and trees. However, it could prove that he had cultivated the skill. As long as he strengthened his cultivation, he could truly master the skill. His cultivation base was a martial arts grandmaster. Even if he did not use this skill, he could easily resolve Tang Ziming's attack. Moreover, after his cultivation had reached the martial arts grandmaster level, the true dragon body protection had also been upgraded to the 2nd level. He could also withstand the full force attack of a Tier 5 martial arts grandmaster. Big brother Lingtian, what skill is this? It's so mystical. Tang Ziming was the first to regain her senses. She was extremely curious about Li Lingtian's move. It was indeed cool to be able to neutralize and divert his opponent's attack without making a move. Shifting flowers and grafting trees. I discovered this skill when one was recuperating on Demonic Mountain the last time. This skill is also a cultivation technique. When cultivated to the highest level, it can steal the sky and change the sun. Li Lingtian spoke in a serious tone. He had been studying this skill for a long time on Demonic Mountain. Although he had some control over it, this was his first time testing it. That's amazing. Can Meng Meng cultivate? After Tang Ziming finished speaking, Qingping and the other 2 looked at Li Lingtian enviously. If they could learn this move, they would be able to improve their abilities by a whole new level. Of course you can. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he sent a stream of consciousness into Tang Ziming's glabella. The skill, transposition, entered Tang Ziming's awareness. Then, he passed the skill to Li Xiaoxiao and the other 2. The 3 of them were stunned. They never expected Li Lingtian to impart such a skill to them. A skill that even Li Lingtian was excited about must be extremely precious. A good skill was often a martial artist's life-saving move. It would not be taught to others even if it was killed. However, Li Lingtian did not hesitate at all to pass on this magical skill to them. Following that, Tang Ziming and the others focused on their cultivation, while Li Lingtian made some arrangements for his future life. His current cultivation was a 1st-level martial arts grandmaster, but his strength could defeat a powerhouse below the 5th level of a martial emperor. Part of it was his cultivation technique, and the other part was his skills and treasures. He had a direction in his heart. Iced Fire 9th Heaven was a trump card, but if he wanted to raise it, he would have to obtain all kinds of alien flames and ice. There was also the Heaven-Destroying Sword Formation. As for cultivating the Heaven-Destroying Sword Formation, it was endless slaughter and cultivating sword intent. This was in terms of skills. Other skills were indispensable. At this moment, he basically ignored skills below the Earth rank. The cultivation technique was the Heaven and Earth Reincarnation Technique and the True Dragon Body Protection. These were all cultivation techniques that could not be relaxed. However, the most important thing was the Ancient Alchemy Technique. Only by improving his alchemy technique and refining a magical pill could his cultivation increase rapidly. He couldn't slack off on the Divine Array either, because he still had to build an aircraft carrier and find materials. These were all very important things. After sorting it out, it was basically to increase the Ice, Fire, 9th Heaven's frost and raging flames. This was an existence that could only be encountered by luck. He had to work hard to cultivate all kinds of skills. What he needed to do now was to find materials to build an aircraft carrier and find pill formulas to increase his cultivation. After 3 days, he had roughly listed out the materials he needed. He made a list of the materials he needed. If he encountered any of the materials on the list, He would get them no matter what method he used. During this period of time, Green Continent was in chaos. He could take the opportunity to look for materials and pill formulas. After arranging everything, Ling Tian started to cultivate in peace. He had many skills and cultivation techniques, and his treasures needed constant nourishment. With all these things happening together, he basically had no time to spare. However, he had also set a rule for himself to rest for at least 4 hours every day so that he could accompany Tang Ziming. As the days passed, the chaos in Green Island had reached its peak. Great wars broke out everywhere. There were conflicts between sects and wars between empires. Sky Cloud sect had also sent out more than half of their forces to support Sky Dragon Empire. If Sky Dragon Empire was gone, the 4 great sects would also disappear. In the entire Green Continent, only Tianyu Peak was the quietest. However, on this day, Sky Cloud sect sent news that tens of millions of troops from Tianjin Empire and South Mountain Empire had arrived at Tianlong. Sky Dragon Great City was completely surrounded. All the other cities had fallen, and the people of Sky Dragon Empire were in dire straits. Sky Dragon Empire is at a critical juncture. The 4 great sects and 10 great families are basically all in Sky Dragon City. Pavilion Master, what do you think? Ling Tianfeng explained the general situation of Sky Dragon Empire. The situation was not optimistic. If this continued, Sky Dragon City would be destroyed, and Sky Dragon Empire would be completely destroyed. However, Sky Dragon City had the ancient nation sealing formation, so they couldn't break through it in a short time. He did not know why a few super empires were attacking Sky Dragon Empire. Green Continent only had so many resources, but Sky Dragon Empire's resources were the worst. It should not be for resources. However, no one knew why the Tianjin Empire and the South Mountain Empire had joined forces to attack. Moreover, they had braved the iron law of the Holy Capital and the Immortal Palace to attack the Heavenly Dragon. Chapter 177. Earth Bloodline. As Ling Tianfeng finished a sentence, his gaze fell on Li Lingtian. The 7 great powerhouses of Sky Dragon Empire were already in Sky Dragon City. Li Lingtian was the only one who could provide support, but he did not wish for Li Lingtian to do so. Instead, they hoped that Li Lingtian would hide and restore Sky Dragon Empire after he became stronger. After all, Li Lingtian was Sky Cloud sect's hope. However, when she thought of Li Lingtian's abilities, she had to ask for his opinion. You guys cultivate in peace. 1 foot 11 inches handle this matter. He didn't cherish the opportunity one gave him. Since he wants to cause trouble, 1 foot 11 inches give him a great destruction. With a cruel smile on his face, Li Lingtian turned around and left the Divine Cloud Palace. When he left, a jade slip flew toward Ling Tian Peak. 1 foot 11 inches do anything to get these materials. 1 foot 11 inches take as many as one can. After Li Lingtian left the Divine Cloud Palace, his calm voice was heard. The few martial arts grandmasters and martial kings were puzzled as they did not know what was inside the jade slip. After returning to Tianyu Peak, Li Lingtian went to Xueda's place to take a look. He was shocked by Xueda's cultivation speed as he had already reached Tier 6 Warrior King. I didn't expect your cultivation speed to be so terrifying. Li Lingtian replied with a smile. With a flick of his divine perception, he scanned Xueda's body. However, he was stunned. There was a mysterious aura emanating from Xueda's body that even Li Lingtian's divine perception could not detect. I've already activated the Earth Bloodline. Xueda chuckled. He had been using Li Lingtian's elixirs all this while. Ever since Li Lingtian started refining elixirs, he had never been short of elixirs. Even if he had elixirs, it was not enough to make him this insane. It turned out that when he reached the Martial King realm, he had actually activated the Earth Bloodline in his body. This bloodline was extremely magical and was even more powerful than a super Earth-type genius. Earth Bloodline. Li Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect Xueda to possess the Earth Bloodline. Bloodline was the same as Martial Soul, but it was more mystical than Martial Soul. With such a bloodline, It was not difficult to cultivate. For example, Little White's dragon blood, Tang Qingyue's yin body, Tang Ziming's mystic spirit body, and Nangong Mingyue's heavenly phoenix body. If not for your peerless medicinal pill, I would not have been able to activate the earth bloodline. Xueda's face revealed a look of gratitude. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and then disappeared. The two of them talked for a long time. After a few years, they still missed the time when they were still martial artists. Finally, Li Lingtian returned to the Tianyu Pavilion. Before he left, he gave Xueda all his Tier 4 purple jade pills, a few heaven-defying pills, 1,000,000 spiritual stones, and a few supreme-grade profound armaments. Li Lingtian told them about his trip to Sky Dragon City at the Sky Pavilion. I'm going to Sky Dragon City. Do you guys want to go and have some fun? Li Lingtian said with a smile. With the two empires joining forces and the powerhouses from the four mysterious families, Sky Dragon Empire was basically doomed. However, this was in a situation where he had not appeared. With his strength and methods, it would be easy for him to resolve the crisis of Sky Dragon Empire. Yes, of course I have to go. The four girls answered at the same time. They had been worried sick when Li Lingtian went to the Heavenly Devil Canyon for more than a year. Now that Sky Dragon City was under siege and their family members were inside, they naturally had to go. Then let's go. Li Lingtian smiled. In a place like Green Island, he had nothing to be afraid of as a martial arts grandmaster. Unless it was a super martial emperor or a super strong expert, he would not be worried. However, in Green Continent, he only met Shimen Xian, the leader of Northern Yin cult. Shimen Xian was a 6th-level martial emperor. Even this Type 6 expert was killed by the silver-winged flying dragon. On the surface, it seemed like nothing mattered, but in his heart, he knew that some super experts were hiding. This world was not that peaceful. It was just that he did not realize it at the moment. Last time on Demonic Mountain, when he had just left the Heavenly Devil Canyon, he had suffered a destructive attack. Just this clone alone had almost destroyed him. He was glad that he had been reborn in Green Island, which had brought him new life and hope. During this period of time, he would have to search through the Azure Continent. Only then would he have the capital to develop when he went to the Azure Continent. The strong were destined to have a powerful stage, and Green Island was destined not to be his ultimate goal. The huge spaceship quickly left Sky Cloud Sect and flew towards Sky Dragon City. Just as the spaceship left Sky Cloud Sect for 1,000 miles, it was obstructed by powerhouses. However, they were able to blast Li Lingtian's spaceship away. Sky Dragon Empire had fallen, and all the cities had fallen. Only Sky Dragon City had not been taken down. Other places, including the 4 major sects, were also surrounded by experts. The higher-ups have already given the order to take down Sky Dragon City within 3 days. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. In the imperial palace of Tianjin Empire, a black-robed warrior said coldly. His tone was completely commanding, and he did not even put the emperor of Tianjin Empire, Tian Hanyu, in his eyes. The black-robed martial artist's entire body emitted a mysterious aura. This aura made people feel uncomfortable. Don't worry, emissary. Sky Dragon Empire promises to conquer it within 3 days. One hope you will remember our agreement then. The emperor of Tianjin Empire, Tian Hanyu, was displeased. However, he was bound to be strong. The other party was not someone he could provoke. He had already boarded the pirate ship. It was impossible for him to come down now. Of course, my lord will not forget this agreement. However, if we cannot take down Sky Dragon City within 3 days, then your Tianjin Empire and the Southern Mountain Empire will be destroyed. After the black-clothed martial artist finished speaking, a ball of black gas appeared and his body disappeared in the air, as if this person had never appeared. After the black-robed martial artist left, the palace hall fell silent. No one spoke. On the left side of the hall sat 6 super experts, each of whom was a 6th-level martial emperor. On the right side were 6 experts, who were also 6th-level martial emperors. If someone saw the cultivation of these warriors, they would definitely be shocked. There must be something big going on when 12 sixth-level martial emperors gathered in the palace of Tianjin Empire. Moreover, these 12 martial monarch powerhouses were not from the same force. 4 of them were from the 4 mysterious families, and the other 4 were the super powerhouses of the Southern Mountain Empire. The remaining 4 were the super experts of Tianjin Empire. Beside Tian Hanyu, there was a 7th-level martial emperor. These powerhouses were actually respectful towards a black-clothed martial artist, not daring to have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Is it wrong for us to do this? After a long time, Tian Hanyu spoke indifferently. His body exuded the aura of a superior. This was the aura of a strong person that belonged to the emperor of Tianjin Empire. As an emperor, he was also a 5th-level martial emperor. Your Majesty is right. The consequences of luring a wolf into the house are unimaginable. I've never understood why they need Sky Dragon City and not the capital cities of Tianjin Empire and South Mountain Empire. Moreover, they actually offered such a huge bargaining chip to attack Sky Dragon Empire. Although we have gained a lot of benefits, if we let the wolf into the house and it backfires, Green Island will be finished. The Supreme Elder of the Southern Mountain Empire's 10,000 Flower Valley, New Zealand, was known as the #1 expert in the Southern Mountain Empire. His strength was insanely strong. Among martial artists of the same level, he could be said to be unrivaled. As a rank 6 martial emperor, his strength was close to that of a rank 7 martial emperor. Even if the South Mountain Empire and Tianjin Empire joined forces this time, he would still be the #2 figure. We're all in the same boat now. What else can we do? Do you want us to withdraw our troops? If we do that, we'll be laughed at by the world and looked down upon by the people of Sky Dragon Empire. Moreover, they only want Sky Dragon City. We'll split Sky Dragon Empire in the future. The resources they promised us can allow our 2 empires to nurture a large number of martial emperors. There might even be martial honors. We can only gamble this time. The 7th-level martial emperor beside Tian Hanyu had his eyes closed the whole time. When he heard New Zealand's words, he opened his eyes, and his eyes shone brightly. Sky Dragon Empire didn't have many resources, but what the other party promised could greatly increase the strength of the 2 empires. Moreover, they could also have the chance to become martial honors. Your 2 empires have taken too much advantage of our 4 great families. We only hope that they won't break the agreement. My Gongsun family only needs 2 6th-grade Skymender pills. Gongsun Nanyu of the Gongsun family, one of the 4 mysterious families, said coldly. Even the empire didn't dare to provoke a mysterious family. No one knew what kind of powerful existence such a family had. The Skymender pill can indeed help a martial emperor break through to the martial-honored realm. The main thing is to let them fulfill their promise. Sky Dragon Empire is currently under siege. As long as we give the order, Sky Dragon City will be breached. Once Sky Dragon City is breached, we will be in charge of guarding it. If they don't hand over the Skymender pill, Sky Dragon City will not be handed over to them. Bai Mingyu's expression didn't change at all. When she spoke, she was like a zombie. Similarly, one of the 4 mysterious families was the Bai Ming family. That's a good idea. Let's take action. Sky Dragon City has 16 martial emperors, all of whom are rank 4 martial emperors. They are more than enough to deal with Sky Dragon Empire. Wang Yuga said loudly. The Wang family was one of the 4 mysterious families. They had existed before Sky Dragon Empire. All right, since we've made our move, there's no turning back. Pass down my order. We'll take down Sky Dragon Empire. All of you head to Sky Dragon City as well. Keep an eye on them. Don't get ahead of us. Tian Hanyu pondered for a while and nodded. Tianjin Empire was 1,000,000 miles away from Sky Dragon City. Even a martial emperor would need 2 days to go there. After passing down the order, more than a dozen martial emperors also rushed to Sky Dragon City. They had better not miscalculate this time when they attacked Sky Dragon City despite the strict rules of the Holy Capital and the Immortal Palace. Sky Dragon Empire, the entire empire had fallen. If Sky Dragon City was conquered, Sky Dragon Empire would become history. They all understood that Sky Dragon Empire was completely finished this time. The super experts of the 10 great families and the 4 great sects were all in Sky Dragon Empire. Chapter 178. Shock and Anticipation. The 7 martial emperors were also in Sky Dragon City. However, this time, there were tens of millions of troops from Tianjin Empire and South Mountain Empire. There were also 200 martial arts grandmasters and 16 martial emperors. Regardless of whether it was the experts or the troops, they were several times more than Sky Dragon City. Tens of millions of soldiers surrounded Sky Dragon City tightly. The earth-shaking aura and the aura of experts tore through space. In the sky above Sky Dragon City, the sound of space tearing could be heard everywhere. Only Sky Dragon City was extremely quiet. A shocking array covered Sky Dragon City. Even a martial emperor's attack could not break through this grand array. Above Sky Dragon City, there were millions of soldiers. Nearly 100 martial arts grandmasters and 7 martial emperors had solemn expressions on their faces. These martial emperors and martial grandmasters were all gathered from the various forces of Sky Dragon Empire. Otherwise, there would not be so many martial grandmasters and martial emperors. Brother Lai, Brother Cheng, Brother Qing, do you have any countermeasures? Zhao Wenjian, the Grand Elder of the Grand Brightness sect, looked at the few martial emperors beside him with a bitter expression. As martial artists and citizens of the Sky Dragon Empire, they could not help but unite in the face of the destruction of the empire. If Sky Dragon Empire was gone, their sect would naturally be gone as well. Even if they were not killed, they would have to bear the reputation of a slave of a subjugated country. Here the 10 great clans and 4 great sects had gathered together, but none of them could think of a solution. Whether it was the army or the martial artists, Sky Dragon Empire was already at a disadvantage. Now that Sky Dragon City had not been breached, it was only because of the national sealing array. At most, we'll fight to the death. Since they want to destroy my heavenly dragon, we'll destroy them as well. Lai Shengchuan, the Grand Elder of the Green Jade sect, was emitting a terrifying aura of flames. Warriors who cultivated fire martial souls had a bad temper. Facing so many experts, they could only hide here. Don't worry. The power of the nation sealing formation is so strong that even all of them at the martial royal realm can't break it. I've already sent a message with my secret skill. One believe he should have received it. Qing Stix's expression was the calmest. However, there was a trace of uncertainty in his calmness. If something unexpected happened, Sky Dragon City would be destroyed. Not in a hurry? Isn't Brother Ling here? The few martial emperors were stunned. They didn't know why Qing Stix sent a message to Sky Cloud sect when the 7 martial emperors were here. Nangong Mingyue and Lu Yi also looked at Qing Stix in confusion. Then, their eyes fell on Ling Haoming. What does Brother Qing mean? Ling Haoming knew that Qing Stix had sent a message to Sky Cloud sect to look for Li Ling Tian. The other sects and families in Sky Dragon Empire might not know about Sky Cloud sect, but Qing Stix's ability was amazing and he was wary of him. Could he have discovered something? Brother Ling, do you still want to hide it? A bitter smile appeared on Qing Stix's face. Sky Dragon Empire had the most information, so they naturally knew what had happened in Sky Cloud sect. He knew what Ling Haoming meant by hiding the truth. He did not want Li Lingtian to take the risk. As long as this kind of heaven-defying monster didn't come out to take risks, when he grew stronger, he could even develop Sky Cloud sect into the #1 sect in the Green Continent, let alone Sky Cloud sect's current strength. Brother Qing, what are you talking about? Yeah, at a time like this, you still have to hide. 10 million soldiers are at the city gates. We can't defeat these martial emperors even if they fight 2 against 1. Brother Ling, what trump card are you hiding? It's impossible for your Sky Cloud sect's killing formation to be brought to Sky Dragon City. All of a sudden, everyone's focus was on Ling Haoming. I have no choice. He's still young, and according to his habits, he must be cultivating now. Even I can't disturb his cultivation. Ling Haoming said helplessly. Facing so many people's gazes, he also smiled bitterly. Although Li Lingtian was a martial arts grandmaster, Skycloud's sect was too far away. It was impossible for him to travel 1,000 miles in a flash like a martial emperor. You all know the person I'm talking about, Qing Stix said. Everybody's attention shifted to him. He alone could change the situation of tens of millions of soldiers approaching the city, and he alone could ignore more than 10 martial emperors. What kind of existence was he? Alone? Do we know each other? Who is so powerful? One person can face an army of tens of millions and more than 10 force emperors? Everyone was shocked. All the people they knew were martial royal realm experts. However, there were more than 10 martial royal realm experts in an army of tens of millions. Only a rank 8 or rank 9 martial royal realm expert could defeat them. Even an 8th level martial emperor could only flee when faced with an army of 10 million and more than 10 martial emperors. Moreover, in Sky Dragon Empire, the strongest martial emperor was Qing Stix, who was at the peak of rank 4. Could it be him? Could it be him? Nangong Mingyue and Lu Yi exclaimed at the same time. Then they kept shaking their heads. This idea was too ridiculous. Who are you thinking of? They looked at the two girls, two peerless beauties. One of them was the eldest princess, Nangong Mingyue, who was known as the #1 beauty in the heavenly dragon world. The other was the mysterious disciple of the Misty Pavilion, Lu Yi. They were not inferior to Nangong Minjiu at all. Li Lingtian. Junior brother Li Lingtian. The two of them said another person's name at the same time. After saying that, they felt regret. They had spoken too carelessly. However, the two of them looked at each other and understood that this young man's image had long been engraved in the hearts of everyone in Heavenly Dragon. Li Lingtian, that's impossible. He's #1 on the Sons of Heaven roll, but he's only a martial king's disciple. Last time, he joined forces with Brother Qing to kill Beichen Wuyo and fought against Lu Yunfei of Tianjin Empire. His strength is indeed abnormal, but he's only a martial emperor. Facing these martial emperors and an army, sigh. In a few decades, maybe one can solve the crisis after one become a martial emperor. All the experts sighed. This heaven-defying monster was born at the wrong time. If he was given another few decades, no one would dare to provoke the heavenly dragon. The two kids are right. It's Li Lingtian. Qing Stix was secretly pleased when he saw the expressions on the powerhouses' faces. Although he had nothing to do with Li Lingtian, he had given 3 drops of mystical blood essence to Li Lingtian when he was injured the last time. Moreover, seeing the expressions of these martial artists, these martial emperors and martial grandmasters also learned a lot. I hope that the disciples of my Qing family will not provoke him in the future. Qing Stix thought to himself. This Tianlong, or even Qing Zhou, was not the stage for this young man. He was destined to leave Qing Zhou. He was only worried that his Qing family disciples would provoke this youth, so he did him a favor and hoped that he would not make a move against the Qing family. What? Brother Qing, you can't be mistaken, right? Grandpa Qing, are you really talking about him? That's impossible. You can't joke like that. Brother Qing, the great calamity is imminent. Don't make such a joke to make us happy. Shocked. Other than shock, there was still shock. After the two beauties had guessed it, they were a little shocked. However, when Qing Stix said it, they were shocked. That's right, it's Li Lingtian. Ling Haoming nodded. There was no shock on his face, but more pride. Sky Cloud Sect had produced a heaven-defying expert who could shock the heavenly dragons. Didn't a great battle happen on Demonic Mountain half a year ago? That's right. Everyone suspects that Li Lingtian was ambushed by his opponent during that battle. No one saw him come out in the end. Even if it was him, it would be impossible for him to face such a lineup. Even if Ling Haoming nodded his head and admitted it, coupled with the conversation between Ling Haoming and Qing Stix, seeing Ling Haoming's helpless expression, they believed a lot. However, this fact was still too shocking. One don't know what happened half a year ago because we don't ask about him. However, when Tianjin Empire and South Mountain Empire attacked Tianlong, didn't you suspect the Beiyu Empire? These bastards from the Northern Nether Empire actually covet the Sky Cloud sect's Sky Cloud sword. They even sent over 50 martial kings, 33 martial grandmasters, and 9 martial emperors. Dongfang Yu, Heaven's Roar's sect, and even Shimin Xian are among them. Ling Haoming recalled how the Beiyu Empire had attacked Sky Cloud sect back then. He was now filled with rage. If Li Lingtian had not been in Sky Cloud sect would have perished in an instant. What is it? The Northern Nether Empire actually sent such a lineup to attack your Sky Cloud sect. Shimin Xian, the leader of the Northern Yin cult, is also there. He can topple Sky Cloud sect all by himself. Could it be related to Li Lingtian? When they heard that all the forces of the Northern Nether Empire were attacking Sky Cloud sect, they were all shocked. Even the 4 great sects and 10 great clans of Sky Dragon Empire couldn't resist such a lineup. However, Sky Cloud sect was preserved perfectly, and Ling Haoming was still safe here. Something shocking must have happened in Sky Cloud sect that day. Not bad. At that time, the Heaven's Roar's sect used a martial emperor's forbidden move, something called Divine Light. One move was enough to destroy Sky Cloud sect, but at that moment, a sword light appeared. The appearance of this sword light directly broke this forbidden move. At the same time that this taboo was destroyed, the sword light also split the Heaven's Roar's sect into 2 halves. It's even more exciting after that. That year, the silver-winged flying dragon killed Shimin Xian. Several martial emperors were killed, and all the martial grandmasters were killed. Not a single martial king was left alive. After that, the remaining 5 third-level martial emperors left Sky Cloud sect for some reason. However, one believed that he cast a restriction on these martial emperors. Qing Styx told him everything he had learned that day. It was as if he was there. When he finished speaking, everyone was stunned for a long time. How could they believe such a thing? He had actually reached martial arts grandmaster, rank 3 martial king. In 2 years, he had reached rank 1 martial arts grandmaster, and he had played around with so many martial emperors. One won't say any more. This monster is speechless. I only hope that he can arrive in time. I hope he doesn't cultivate during this period of time. Otherwise, there's really no hope for the heavenly dragon. After a long time, everyone woke up with a start. Lu Yi and Nangong Mingyue's faces were filled with shock, and no one knew what they were thinking. Chapter 179. Young Master Ming Xiao. The impact of this news was too great, leaving everyone speechless. What kind of genius was this? A genius with such abnormal cultivation speed and strength. Brother Ling, don't worry. After this battle, I will definitely not mistreat him and recommend him to the Divine Continent. He is still a disciple of your Sky Cloud sect. His stage is not here. Even if everyone dies in this war, we will let him leave this place. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Qing Styx thought for a long time before he finally spoke. When he spoke, his expression was extremely serious as he looked at Ling Haoming. Then, he shifted his gaze to the other martial emperors and martial sects. The Sky Dragon Empire had been attacked and destroyed. Although martial artists did not stick to the borders, the reputation of being the slaves of a destroyed nation was not good. Moreover, this was their hometown. They could not let others destroy their hometown. That's right. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. If there's an accident in this war, we'll send out our most talented disciple. We martial emperors are at our peak. It's meaningless to live for a few hundred years. Besides, it's impossible for us to survive the war. For a moment, all the experts had their own thoughts. If they were really destroyed, the talented disciples would definitely think of a way to send them out. Rumble. Rumble. A shocking explosion sounded, and Sky Dragon City trembled slightly. Although the nation's sealing array was not destroyed, it was still shaking. Not good, they are attacking the city. All the experts hurried to the top of the city wall and looked at the army in the distance. The tens of millions of soldiers were a black mass, and their auras soared into the sky. countless cultivators joined forces to launch powerful array attacks. Thousands of attacks landed on the national sealing array, and even the national sealing array trembled. Drink, drink, rumble. Rumble. The army roared as destructive attacks continuously bombarded the nation's sealing formation. Reinforce the protection of the formation. Ching Stick said loudly. Immediately, more than a dozen martial arts grandmasters turned the endless spiritual stones into spiritual qi and strengthened the formation. At this moment, the Emperor of the Empire, Nangong Haoming, had also arrived on the city wall. Everyone was wearing battle armor. If this continues, the city will be breached in half a day. Some martial emperors started to get anxious when they saw the situation of the formation. Although the formation was powerful, the opponent was too powerful. The Tianjin Empire's main commander was the chariot. The entire chariot was 100 meters in diameter and was pulled by two 4th-tier, 8th-grade demonic beasts. On the chariot, the 16 martial monarch powerhouses had smiles on their faces. They had received the order from Tianjin Empire to take down Sky Dragon City within a day. There was no suspense about such a big city. Brother Wu, the higher-ups have ordered us to take down Sky Dragon City within a day. I'm afraid we can't go on like this. Sun Haochuan's expression changed as he looked at the nation's sealing array. This was the first time he had seen such a magical array. Originally, he thought that a large city like Sky Dragon City could be broken through without much effort. However, he did not expect that Sky Dragon City would have such a magical array. Brother Sun, don't be anxious. The people above are coming to Sky Dragon City. We can't break this array too early. Wu Wenyun said with a smile. He was the commander-in-chief, but everyone here was a 4th-level martial emperor. Even if he was the commander-in-chief, he had to discuss with these people during the battle. What happened? Lan Xiaoyao looked at Wu Wenyun in confusion and asked calmly. At the same time, the other martial emperors also looked at Wu Wenyun. This is an order from the higher-ups. One don't know the exact reason. One only know that we shouldn't attack this city immediately to avoid any accidents. We have to wait for the people from above to come down. Wu Wenyun said lightly. He didn't know what was going on. Although he was a martial emperor, the decision to attack the heavenly dragon was made by the higher-ups. If we attack like this, we won't be able to take down Sky Dragon City even in our lifetime. Hurry up and break the formation. At this moment, a deep voice sounded. A scarlet figure shot over from the sky and landed on the chariot in an instant. It was a young man dressed in scarlet robes. He looked to be only 23 or 24 years old. He looked handsome, but his face was pale, as if he had never seen the sun. His entire body emitted an evil aura. When the dozen martial emperors saw this young man, they were all frightened. Young Master Ming Xiao. Wu Wenyun stood up and greeted the young man. The other martial emperors also bowed respectfully. This action shocked countless soldiers. As the commander-in-chief, he actually bowed to a young man, and all the martial emperors were respectful. I'll break through this country sealing array and take down Sky Dragon City within an hour. Young Master Ming Xiao said sinisterly, his eyes sharp as he looked at the great nation sealing formation in the distance. This formation had a shocking defense. If these people attacked like this, who knew how long they would have to wait? His lord had ordered them to take down Sky Dragon City as soon as possible, before the experts of Tianjin Empire and South Mountain Empire. Young Master Ming Xiao, this isn't good. Wu Wenyun and the other martial emperors were stunned. The order from above was not to break through the heavenly dragon immediately. But this young Master Ming Xiao wanted to break through the national sealing array immediately. What's wrong? Are you going to resist my orders? It's your honor that one helped you break the array. If you were in my shoes, you wouldn't be forgiven with your attitude. Young Master Ming Xiao said coldly. His entire body was emitting a shocking power. He was a 7th-level martial emperor. After saying that, he unleashed all his might and floated in the air, looking at the nation's sealing array from afar. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed, and the space trembled. Oh no, It's a 7th level martial emperor. The experts on the city wall inside the array all saw the young man in the air. The aura emitted by this young man was terrifying. He wants to break the formation alone? How is that possible? That you want to break the country ceiling formation alone? Not good. He's from Yuzhou in the western regions. Be careful. The few martial emperors were shocked. Countless soldiers and martial arts grandmasters looked at the young man in the sky in shock. Only Qing Stix recognized the young man when he saw him. Yuzhou of the western regions? Could it be that Yuzhou is involved in this war? Lai Shengchuan cried out in alarm. He naturally knew how terrifying Serenity Plains was. Serenity Plains was ruled by the demons. Although the demons had been suppressed, there were still countless devil cultivators. There were also many demons who dared not leave Yuzhou province due to the existence of the holy capital and immortal palace. Moreover, the demons in Yuzhou province couldn't cause any trouble. The entire Yuzhou province was filled with monstrous demonic qi, which was not suitable for human cultivation. Then this war in Green province is really related to Serenity Plains. I wonder what benefits Tianjin Empire and South Mountain Empire have gained to attack Tianlong. Fairy Green Lotus of the Misty Pavilion said angrily. She was the only female martial emperor in the Heavenly Dragon sect. Rumble! With a loud explosion, the nation ceiling array shook. Everyone's attention shifted to the array. Young Master Ming Xiao stretched out his hands, and a blood-red compass appeared in the air. He kept moving his hands, and streams of spiritual qi gathered between heaven and earth. The compass emitted an evil aura. Every time the aura struck, the nation ceiling array would tremble. Moreover, the country ceiling formations seemed to have been contaminated. One could imagine that the compass in young Master Ming Xiao's hand was not a good thing. It should be an evil treasure of the demon race. The demonic board is in my hands. Let's see how long your nation ceiling array can last. Young Master Ming Xiao laughed and waved his hand. Another shocking evil aura struck the formation, and the light shield of the formation was immediately eroded. Huff, huff, huff. Walla wallets. All the armies stopped breaking the formation and watched in shock as the young man in the sky used the evil energy to break the formation. Moreover, the formation began to tremble continuously, as if it was about to break in the blink of an eye. Countless experts and armies in Sky Dragon City were shocked. Countless experts were ready for a great battle. In 10 seconds, the national ceiling array will definitely be broken. Young Master Ming Xiao laughed loudly with an evil smile on his face, as if he had seen thousands of corpses. The 10 million strong army, 16 martial emperors, and 200 martial grandmasters all looked hesitant. The order from above was that they would only have one day. Now that young Master Ming Xiao had broken the formation, their plan would be ruined. However, no one dared to face young Master Ming Xiao, let alone provoke him. 10 seconds to break my country ceiling formation? Shameless boasting. At this moment, a faint voice came from the sky. The voice was calm, but it could reach everyone's ears. The voice was far away in the sky, but by the time the voice fell, the white-robed figure had already strangely floated above the nation's ceiling array. The arrival of this figure shocked everyone. No one knew how this figure had arrived. Even a martial emperor could travel thousands of miles in a flash, and there would be sounds of air breaking and space fluctuations. However, this figure appeared as if he was standing there before, and no trace of him could be seen. In the sky, on top of the light shield of the thousands of miles wide nation ceiling formation, on the east side was the demonic disk that young Master Ming Xiao was using. On the west side was a white-robed figure floating in the air. The two of them faced each other from east to west. It's him, as expected. You came just in time. What a fast speed. But he shouldn't be here now. Young Master Ming Xiao is a 7th level martial emperor. He'll be sending himself to his death if he comes. One haven't seen him for 2 years and he has already reached the martial arts Grandmaster level. I really underestimated him. All of a sudden, the few martial emperors were shocked. Nangong Mingyue was also shocked when she saw the elegant figure in the sky. It's young noble Ling Tian. Young noble Ling Tian is here. Young noble Ling Tian is here. Sky Dragon City will be saved. Countless soldiers in Sky Dragon City cheered. Most of them were martial artists because they finally understood the benefits of strength. Chapter 18. Holy Array Master. The Tang family, the Lan family, the Li family, and the Qin family were all extremely excited. Rumble! At this moment, the nation's ceiling formation trembled. If this continued, it would definitely break in 10 seconds. At that time, Sky Dragon City would have to face the attack of 16 martial emperors and millions of troops. One told you to boast shamelessly, but you didn't believe me, trash. Li Lingtian stared at young Master Ming Xiao in the distance. He was displeased with young Master Ming Xiao from the bottom of his heart. The evil aura he exuded was making him feel uncomfortable. After he finished speaking, a golden light flashed between his eyebrows. After the golden light, a 3-foot-long and 1-foot-wide brocade cloth appeared. The brocade cloth also flickered with golden light. This was the divine array diagram. Li Lingtian had spent a long time studying it on Demonic Mountain, and his array Dao had become much more profound. He had also kept the divine array diagram in his body. When he used it now, he only needed a strand of divine sense. With a wave of his right hand, a mysterious light burst out and struck the nation's ceiling array. With the appearance of the mysterious light, the nation ceiling formation that was originally shaking and about to shatter stabilized. Phew! The tens of millions of soldiers, countless super experts, and countless soldiers and experts in Sky Dragon City were all in an uproar. It took a long time for a 7th-level martial emperor Ming Xiao to break through the nation's ceiling array with his demonic disc. However, the array was restored with a casual wave of his hand in front of Li Lingtian. They did not know what the golden cloth in front of Li Lingtian was, but since Li Lingtian had refined it as a treasure, it must not be simple. Detestable, extremely detestable. Young Master Ming Xiao was also shocked when he saw the broken array being repaired in an instant. He was a heaven-defying genius and also a genius in array formations. With this treasure, he could break any grand array. However, he never expected that it would be repaired by a young man so easily. He also understood the power of the array Dao, and was beyond shocked by this youth's strength. However, he was like a comet. How could he tolerate others going against him? Damn you, fuck off. Li Lingtian hovered above the nation's ceiling array as he glared at young Master Ming Xiao coldly. Immediately, there was another wave of exclamations from below. How could he insult a 7th-level martial emperor super genius like this? Rumble! Rumble! In the sky, on the horizon, a huge flying ship flew over at high speed. The Heavenly Cloud spaceship was Li Lingtian's spaceship. He was originally with Tang Ziming and the others, but when he saw someone breaking the formation, he could not afford to ignore the situation. Hence, he used Thunderbolt to fly over. Now that the Heavenly Cloud spaceship had arrived above Heavenly Dragon Great City, all the warriors knew that it belonged to Li Lingtian. Tang Ziming and the 3 maids stood in front of the spaceship. When they saw the tens of millions of troops, they were dumbfounded. Tisk! When Li Lingtian saw the spacecraft approaching, he pointed at the air with one hand and a mysterious radiance appeared. The radiance created a 200-meter-wide hole in the nation's ceiling array, and the Heavenly Cloud spaceship flew right in. After the Heavenly Cloud ship entered, the nation's ceiling array was restored. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. I understand. Point 1 Understand. At this moment, Ling Haoming laughed out loud, his face filled with excitement. In stark contrast to the other astonished powerhouses, everyone was shocked by Li Lingtian's array Dao, but they saw Ling Haoming laughing. What do you understand? Qing Stix looked at Ling Haoming in confusion and asked curiously. Last time, when the experts from the Northern Nether Empire attacked Skycloud Sect activated the Li Fire Xianyang formation. However, someone altered the formation, and the consumption was only 1/10 of the original amount. However, the power of the Li-Fire Xianyang formation increased by tenfold. It turns out that he altered the formation without anyone knowing. Ling Haoming said loudly. Qing Stix and the others were shocked once again. The Li-Fire Xianyang array was a heaven-grade array, and it was actually modified without anyone knowing. Only a saint array master above the spiritual array master could make this array so many times stronger. He's a holy array master. Someone exclaimed in surprise. They recalled Li Lingtian's actions earlier. He had easily repaired and torn apart the nation's sealing array. Such a move was definitely a holy array master. Shock, shock and shock. Junior brother Li, one didn't expect you to be a saint array master. You're really an all-rounder. You should be able to refine a peerless grade 4 pill now, right? Lu Yi was extremely surprised. She could not help but think of Li Lingtian's talent in alchemy and inadvertently blurted out this sentence. Whoosh. If his words did not shock the world, he would not rest until he died. A sacred array master was already heaven-defying, yet he still wanted a 4th-grade peerless medicinal pill. Had the world gone crazy? He was so abnormal, he had beaten all the geniuses to a pulp, and he was also a sacred array master. Now, he even had a peerless 4th-grade medicinal pill. This was something that even a spirit alchemist could not do. Tier 4 peerless medicinal pill. Will there be peerless pills? Even if it's a spirit alchemist, it's impossible for him to refine a peerless pill. Have you ever seen a peerless medicinal pill? Some of the experts who had woken up asked curiously. Supreme grade pills were a heaven-defying legend. Even spirit alchemists couldn't refine them. This is the supreme grade spirit binding pill that junior brother Li refined before he broke through to warrior spirit. Lu Yi saw the expressions of these experts and took out a peerless spirit binding pill. All the experts were stunned. There really was a peerless pill. Young Master has given me quite a lot of supreme grade pills, but one haven't seen any tier 4 supreme grade pills. However, when Young Master was in warrior spirit, he refined a tier 4 upper grade pill. Wu Yun said indifferently. He took out a jade bottle that contained a tier 4 heavenly Yao pill. Although there was only one, this heavenly Yao pill could increase the cultivation of Yao cultivators. For a moment, the powerhouses in Sky Dragon City were speechless. A warrior had refined a peerless spirit binding pill while a warrior spirit had refined a tier 4 superior grade Sky Demon pill. They would not believe that Li Lingtian did not have a peerless purple jade pill. Speechless. Completely speechless. Rumble. A loud explosion sounded in the sky. The powerhouses below were watching the show, but Li Lingtian and young Master Mingxiao had already started fighting. The two of them floated in the sky, and streaks of magical light collided with the evil aura in their hands. This was an attack from the Array Dao. They could not see its power, but they all understood that the power of the Array Dao could often kill a super expert invisibly. An array master of a low-level martial artist might easily kill a martial king or martial grandmaster. Saint Array Master. This young master wants to see if you, a Saint Array Master, or this young master, a Devil Array Master, are stronger. Young Master Ming Xiao was extremely shocked. He didn't think that there would be such a heaven-defying monster in Green Continent. He had heard everything those people said. Haha, don't pretend to be a wolf in front of me. You can tell if you're a dragon or a worm at a glance. Li Lingtian burst into laughter. He was now more confident about his Array Dao. Although he could not fully control the divine array diagram, he had gained a lot of control over his Array Dao. Waving his hand, beams of light collided with young Master Ming Xiao's evil aura, but the nation sealing formation was not damaged at all. Because the attacks from the formation were all neutralized in the air, the tens of millions of soldiers and the millions of soldiers of Sky Dragon City and the citizens of the city stared at the sky in a daze. I'll kill you first. Ming Xiao Gongzi could see that Li Lingtian's Array Dao was so powerful that even his own demonic board could not break it. He had no idea what the brocade cloth in front of Li Lingtian was. However, he soon realized that he could easily destroy the nation's sealing array by killing Li Lingtian. After saying that, he put away the demonic disc and disappeared. There was no fluctuation in the space, and young Master Ming Xiao seemed to have evaporated. Thunderclap wings. When Ming Xiao young master disappeared, the powerhouses of Sky Dragon City were shocked and worried for Li Lingtian. However, their worries were unfounded as Li Lingtian's body vanished at the same time. Both of them had completely evaporated. Rumble. From time to time, muffled sounds would erupt in the air, and the space would also begin to tremble, but the two figures were not seen. Spatial imprisonment. The two of them flashed in the air countless times. Both of them were extremely shocked. The other party's movement technique was extremely magical. They could not attack the other party at all. In 10 seconds, an electric arc appeared in the sky. Li Lingtian appeared in the arc with a faint smile on his face. With one hand and one body, a silk banner appeared in his hand. He waved the silk banner in his hand, causing the air to tremble. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, creating rippies. The spatial ripples appeared. All the martial artists were puzzled, but then they were all stunned. Young Master Ming Xiao, who was a 7th-level martial emperor, was floating in the air with a shocked expression on his face. However, he did not have the chance to move. Imprisonment. It's the power of imprisonment. Why is the imprisonment power of the Zhongzhou Dishi family in his hands? This is the most precious treasure of Dishi family, the space banner. It fell into his hands. Countless martial emperors saw the banner in Li Lingtian's hand and connected it with the change in space. They immediately thought of the spatial banner of the Zhongzhou Dishi family. Get lost. Li Lingtian did not hesitate at all. He did not have much control over the space banner and could not hold on for long. Besides, it was not wise to fight on the nation's sealing array. A shocking aura erupted from his entire body as he charged forward. The spatial imprisonment power followed suit, and young Master Ming Xiao, who was trapped in it, retreated quickly. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had arrived above the Tianjin Empire army. Damn it! What is your relationship with the Dishi family of the Azure continent? Why do you have a space banner? Young Master Ming Xiao's face was filled with viciousness. It had been so many years, but this was the first time he had suffered such a great humiliation. Being imprisoned like this in front of millions of soldiers and countless heavenly dragon experts was simply detestable. Although he knew that this space would not be able to confine him for long, with his status, he would not have any face if he was suppressed by a martial arts grandmaster. Ignorance is also a kind of happiness. You should be an idiot. Li Lingtian said coldly. His aura turned violent and the space around him began to feel uneasy. A shocking power of flames erupted, and the temperature of the space suddenly rose. The air seemed to be burning. Chapter 181. Meteor Shower 1. Could it be that this kid is going to be like last time? The armies of Tianjin Empire and South Mountain Empire are going to suffer. When Li Suifeng saw Li Lingtian pushing young Master Ming Xiao above the Tianjin Empire's army, he was reminded of the situation in Thunderclap City where Li Lingtian's earth-shattering attack landed on the army. As expected, the few martial emperors looked at Li Suifeng in confusion as soon as he finished speaking. However, Li Lingtian's actions told them the truth. Li Lingtian's dimension was surrounded by raging flaming qi. Even young Master Ming Xiao, who was imprisoned, could feel the terrifying flames. Meteor shower. Li Lingtian gave a soft shout. Immediately, a rain of fire appeared in the sky. The rain of fire descended from the sky and quickly pressed down on young Master Ming Xiao, who was trapped in the confined space. The 1-mile-wide fire rain brought with it a destructive temperature, shocking countless experts. You can't kill me yet. One won't play with you anymore. A strange smile appeared on Ming Xiao's face. With one hand and one body, a palm-sized blood-red halo appeared. As the halo appeared, the space was covered in blood. The space trembled and the confined space trembled slightly. As it trembled, Li Lingtian's body flashed rapidly. The spatial imprisonment hadn't been broken, but young Master Ming Xiao, who was trapped in the imprisonment, had disappeared. A destructive power shot toward him. Ice and fire ring, sacrifice. Seeing young Master Ming Xiao's attack, He activated his divine sense and the ice and fire ring appeared in front of him. Instantly, a ring of ice and fire protected him. Rumble! A blood-red pillar of light fiercely bombarded the ice and fire ring, and the ice and fire ring instantly returned to its original shape. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood as he quickly retreated. He was extremely shocked. He was indeed not someone he could fight against. The ice and fire ring had already reached the level of a peerless imperial weapon. However, it was instantly reduced to its original form after being struck by a martial emperor. One could imagine how terrifying young Master Ming Xiao was. Blood Devil is monstrous. Dang! After young Master Ming Xiao was freed from the confinement, he flew into a rage and launched a shocking attack at Li Lingtian. If he didn't kill this young man, it wouldn't be enough to vent his anger. The shocking attack was like a sea of blood, and the space was also extremely polluted. Tian Junior Brother Li. Big Brother Ling Tian. Countless people in Sky Dragon City were worried for Li Lingtian, but they could only watch helplessly. In front of the army of Tianjin Empire, the 16 martial royal realm experts were upset when they saw the battle in the sky. Worried that the array would be broken, they had thought of killing Li Lingtian with Ming Xiao young master. However, with Li Lingtian dead, the array would be broken and the order from above would be in vain. Shifting flowers to trees. While countless people in Sky Dragon City were worried, Li Lingtian paused in midair and stabilized himself. His body emitted a halo as he cast a protective barrier. His face revealed a solemn expression. He circulated his true essence to the peak and used the skill of shifting flowers and trees. As the Blood Sea's shocking attack approached, it made a strange turn 5 meters in front of Li Lingtian. The Blood Sea descended upon the army below. Chi. From the moment Li Lingtian unleashed the meteor shower to the moment Ming Xiao young master left the imprisonment dimension to the moment when Li Lingtian neutralized the attack, the entire process took only an instant. Down below, among the tens of millions of soldiers, a 1-mile-wide meteor shower descended, and the sea of blood drowned a large part of the army. Miserable screams rang out continuously. With this, tens of thousands of soldiers died. Even martial arts grandmasters would be injured by the power of the meteor shower. Those below Martial King Realm would die if they came into contact with it. Everyone was shocked when they saw Li Lingtian easily dissolve the Blood Sea. This was because Li Lingtian's move was miraculous. Not only did he dissolve the opponent's attack, he even skillfully diverted it. It was no different from the legendary skill of stealing the sky and changing the sun. He did not expect such a magical skill to really exist in this world. Continue. Let's see how many more attacks you have left. Let's see how long your army can last. Li Lingtian looked down and felt extremely satisfied. He had cultivated the transposition of flowers and trees previously, but he did not know how powerful it would be. Now that he had taken the risk to test it out, he had actually shifted the attack of a 7th-level martial emperor. Although he was shocked, this was enough to prove the power of the shifting flower. Die! Young Master Ming Xiao saw that he had been fooled and his attack had been shifted. How could he not be furious? The army below was not his army, so there was no need to worry. Immediately, he unleashed all his attacks and a series of earth-shattering attacks bombarded Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was also stunned for a moment before he realized that they were not a single force. They were only joining forces temporarily. The heavens and earth will shatter. The punch hit the air, causing the air to tremble. A violent force smashed down on young Master Ming Xiao. Rumble! Rumble! The sky trembled as the two figures kept flashing like two meteors. Heavenly Devil True Body. Young Master Ming Xiao's demonic chi finally burst out. He had been hiding it all along but was now stunned by Li Lingtian's strength. It would be impossible to kill this young man if he did not unleash his cultivation technique. Immediately, the dense demonic chi around young Master Ming Xiao's body solidified, and he grew taller. A huge pitch-black fist came crashing down on Li Lingtian. Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd. Dragon chi burst out as he shot through the air. He extended his hand and the roaring dragon battle halberd appeared in his hand. A huge amount of dragon chi and destructive power bombarded his opponent. Rumble. Space was torn apart, and a shocking explosion sounded. The roaring dragon battle halberd and the black fist collided, and destructive energy shot out in all directions. Li Lingtian was forced back 100 meters. Ming Xiao gaped in surprise. Although he had the upper hand, he was not happy at all because his opponent was only a Tier 1 martial arts grandmaster. With his own strength, he could even kill a Type 9 powerhouse. I don't want to play with you anymore. Bingguo Jia Kongshan, Second Heaven, destroy. Li Lingtian said coldly. He raised his hands and the space trembled. A ball of flames and a glacier appeared in his hands. The two extreme attributes met and the air was instantly suppressed. He put his hands together, and a three-colored light beam appeared. The light beam shot toward young Master Ming Xiao, and the air was filled with the aura of destruction and death. Rumble! With a shocking explosion, a destructive halo appeared in the air. The demonic chi was blasted away, and the pillar of light disappeared. A destructive halo spread out in all directions. Young Master Ming Xiao's body was sent flying and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his anger soared to the sky. Damn it, Demon King / destruction. Young Master Ming Xiao had never suffered such a blow before. He was actually injured by a first-level martial arts grandmaster. When he thought of the power of this light pillar, his heart trembled. With a roar, a huge Demon King / appeared in his hand. It was a Supreme Emperor weapon. The terrifying demonic chi wrapped around the Demon King /. The demonic chi was corrosive, and the air was gradually polluted. He glared at Li Lingtian with a cold and ruthless gaze as he swung the Demon King / down viciously. Crash! The space was split open, and a 100-meter-long pitch-black light slashed down. Sword howl, heaven and earth. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and the Tianyu sword appeared in his hand. His aura changed instantly as a powerful sword will floated in the air. He was like a sharp sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. His terrifying sword intent could even tear demonic chi into pieces. The sky sword was swung out, and the space fell silent. A destructive sword light bombarded the pitch-black light. The sword chi was incomparably overbearing and sharp. The two attacks collided in the blink of an eye. The mysterious sword whistled through the heavens and earth. Coupled with the power of the saint weapon, the universe sword, the attack was earth-shattering. Crash! Boom! Tisk! The two attacks collided, and with a soft sound, the Demon King / and the sword light disappeared at the same time. Strangely enough, Li Lingtian's sword radiance was tainted by the demonic chi. Li Lingtian's mind was in turmoil as he spat out a mouthful of blood. You're courting death. Li Lingtian retreated a few hundred meters as he wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. He was shocked as he did not expect his trump card, Sword Howl of the Heavens and Earth, to be broken just like that. In this world, bittern water and tofu were equal. His attack was incomparably overbearing. If it was the attack of other martial artists, this sword would have split them in half long ago. However, it was actually ineffective against the demonic chi. He moved his spiritual awareness and a ball of ice appeared in the divine dragon ring. The fist-sized ice flame in his hand kept burning. The air froze, and the aura of destruction spread out. All the experts below were staring blankly at the battle in the sky. A first-level martial arts grandmaster was fighting a 7th-level martial emperor super genius. True devil chi died. Young Master Ming Xiao naturally recognized the icy frost flame in Li Lingtian's hand. He was shocked as he did not expect this young man to possess icy frost flame. His demonic chi could corrupt the opponent's attacks and treasures, but the opponent's icy ice flame was also an extremely terrifying existence. A trace of pain appeared on his face. Immediately, a dense true devil chi appeared in front of him. Tens of millions of soldiers and powerhouses from Sky Dragon City looked at Li Lingtian and young Master Ming Xiao solemnly. They knew that the duo had unleashed their most powerful attack. Those who knew Li Lingtian well were extremely worried because Li Lingtian had already used his trump card twice. Both times, he had failed to kill his opponent and had even injured himself. In the air, a ball of ice flame spun and shot toward young Master Mingxiao. The other ball of true devil chi was also getting stronger and stronger, and it quickly went to meet the cold ice flame. Boom! The space exploded as two destructive attacks tore through the space. However, the two attacks did not collide. Instead, they pressed down on each other. The space trembled continuously. Among the tens of millions of soldiers, the army of martial arts grandmasters was crushed. The nation's sealing array also trembled, but no one could stop it because the two attacks were already on the verge of exploding. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.